In at 886. Hello, Woody.
Hey, it's your boy Woody here. And guys, today we are live. We did Chaosland earlier today. We just got done doing round three. Um, it was kind of fun. SBT 736 did not win first place, but I did get first place in the overall. So let's see, ranking wise, 799 took first place with 5.3, 744, 5.1, and then of course us only with 4.8. 616, which is who we have Void against upcoming. As a matter of fact, all these nations are in our head of state. Am I the only one that's got their head of state? Every single one of them are in your chaos land? Am I the only one?
You're the only one.
Really? I'm the only
Not the
one?
only one.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, man, it was crazy. It's crazy. Like, but, yeah.
Hello,
Hello. Hello. How you doing?
are you? Are
But
you good?
that's good. That's good. 799 Trouble did their alliance came in first place. We came in second. 616 in third. Individually, I came in first. Ducky came in second, and I'll tell you what, Ducky fought. He was they were fighting. They were fighting. I got hit a couple times, and yeah, I didn't get burned, but there was a couple close times where I probably should have been. You know what I mean? But anyways, let's jump into what you guys got going on here. But I know that I had some fun. All right, so Beef Cannon, 817 797 741 639 and 830. I know 830. And so you guys came in first place, right? In 817? Obviously.
That is correct. Yep.
Did a lot of people show up?
We had good turnout over the course of the 3 rounds.
Let me ask you, when the monsters showed up, and you know what I'm talking about, the monsters, where you're like, fuck, we gotta hide our troops, like, they're coming for us.
No, man, this was Chaosland. We were playing like assholes.
Well, that's
We
what I
were
mean.
bouncing around all over the place, and I mean, it wasn't necessarily a focus on hiding troops, just because all of our fleets were out attacking shit.
Gotcha. Always keep them going, right?
Yup.
That's smart. I mean, if you have enough troops to where you can send them all and not have any in your city, that's very, very smart. Very smart. Um, but you
Yeah,
guys,
literally every city we have can hide all of their troops, with the exception of maybe one, but I won't give a name.
right? Yeah, don't do that. You'll just be people will be looking for them in void. You know what I mean? But let me look and see what you got going on here. You guys came in first place. Alliance first
Will
place.
say 797 was rolling deep though.
Were they?
In round one, they were rolling deep.
Jason showed up. Okay, so have you guys noticed Jason is back? He's back from 8:30. I noticed we had Triangle War against 8:30, and Jason showed up, and I was like, what? He's been gone for like a year, and he is back. So obviously these numbers show. Man, that's wow, wow. You guys got any good battle reports? Post them back.
Well, I was at work the majority of the day, so I won't hold up your stream, but I'll definitely see if anybody can post them, and then I'll add them to chat.
Yeah. Feel free, and people that are in here that were in Chaos Land, show the results. I want to talk about that and see if there was any major hits. And while you guys are doing it, I'll go in through some of my hits. I got smacked, but I'm looking in the wrong. Looking in. There we go. I will say, if you guys all know Polar Bear, he did not come in first. He did try. He's just the numbers. I got hit here. They hit me. Yeah, that kind of sucked. They hit me. But I was able to hold off because they hit me, and I had 10 million troops still. So I went from 21 million troops down to only 10. That was crazy. It's crazy. Huge hit though. Like Ducky and Beast were both in there. They just the 10 million troop, the guys. That's hard to get over. You know, that's unless you got the numbers to beat. You know, the overall 10, and then whatever reinforcements there are. I mean, it's going to be really hard to beat that if we're being real. Like you had Ducky there, Hound there, Thor was there, everyone, Beast was there, all the big guys were there. It's just the numbers, the numbers. Now, on the other hand, if I hit or if we hit, you know, like any of them, such as like Ducky, Thor, the Hound, or Beast, I mean, it'd be the same way. Like we would not be able to. No, they just have too many troops, way too many troops. Way too many troops. And I believe I go back. I was able to get a hit here, but anyways, let's go back into you guys. Let's see what we have here. So 908 went up. 908 went up against 805, 905, 772, and 763. 908 did take the win, 4.4 to 4.1. This seems like it was pretty close in score-wise. So did 805 fight? Like, when I mean fight, I mean fight.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, everybody fought a little bit. Nobody went crazy. I think everyone was just having fun.
Well, I mean, Chaosland it's like what happens twice a year, unless you get merged, which is a sore subject that we won't talk about.
That and then Void is literally in like, what, 2.5, 3 days?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So everyone was like, fuck, I want to go in. I want to have fun, but shit, I need to keep, you know what I mean? I even kind of didn't go too crazy, to be honest.
I went kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I went through like 800,000 gold. I'm not gonna lie. It was not cheap.
Yeah, that's not that crazy. That's not that crazy. You know you can get crazier than this.
Oh yeah, I did not heal a single time. I did not heal. I knew better. I knew better. You go in Chaos Land, you don't heal. Come on now. All you're doing is adding more troops. If you can't win, then you know when you first start, then what good is trying in the first place to heal? Yeah. So I'm looking at this 3.4. This ain't bad, dude. This is you guys showed up. Let's see what the individuals look like. Sweet lips, okay.
Yeah, we kind of waited. We knew he wasn't healing, and he went down, and we kind of finally burnt him at the end.
Really?
Yeah, he was after 908. Like he had a hard on for us. He was just coming at us the whole fucking time.
The whole time?
Almost the whole fucking time. We kept reinforcing. He couldn't really win. He won a few of the ones where we didn't catch him in time, and he burnt like our 36s, 37s. But when he came after our 41s and 40, no, it was a bad idea.
So let me ask you, when you guys are doing Chaosland, and I know the answer to this, and let's say you're a bigger city, what is the best thing that you should be using? The fleet expansion, the attack,
Yes.
the HP,
Fleet expansion.
exactly. Fleet
Fleet expansion, and then I do a little bit of the health, and then just a little bit attack.
So once you get once you get the fleet expansion to max, which I believe is like 960,000 or 1,000,000, right around there, then you can't do it anymore. I mean, you don't get enough. Then you go into the attack and the health. But yeah. That's definitely the way you want to do it. For the people that don't know, Chaosland fleet expansion is the way to go. Now, on vice versa, if you only have like 30 million BP or 40 million BP, that would not be the way to go. Because you're talking about using all you have in one hit. You don't want to do that. You want to have some and send them, some spares and send them out, so in case you do get hit. And for the players that are free to play players or low spenders, so on and so forth, with not a lot of troops, just use those use those tickets to speed around. Don't waste your speeds. You know what I mean? Because they will get you through as long as you don't go ham. You know, you just take your time and already accept you're not going to get first place, but you can try to get up the rankings somehow. You know what I mean? That's because the first place these guys are going ham. They're going to use everything that they have to get up there. So don't try to compete with those guys. I mean, it's not going to happen. They're going to find you and they're going to burn you if you can't compete. Just use those.
A lot of players were like, they forgot how fun Chaosland is. And we love it because you literally can put up a bubble. They can't go through it.
Yep.
You can reinforce. It's just really fun. It's a really, really fun event.
It is fun. It used to be once a month that they had it, right? And back in the days, the people that were in there, we'll just use yours as an example. One of these would be your void opponent. Back in the days, so like you would think that okay, if I was 908 and if I took first place, then I'm getting one of these top players, top nations as well in void. So like there was a little thing back in the days that okay, so even if I am a stronger nation, I'm gonna try to score low so I can get the weaker nation. And yeah, Camo caught on to that real quick, so. But I do like that. I kind of do like that they only make it twice a year now, or maybe it's 3 times. Either way, I like it because we can go ham. It's kind of like how we go ham in GC. You know, when you get to the finals, it's like, all right, we're gonna use everything we have with no fucks given. You know what I mean? So I mean, yeah. All right. Big Bird says our biggest issue, was the numbers of old nation cities that were almost too big to fail. We smoked a couple of them later in the round after they lost some troops, but they were just too beefy. You know, and I was just thinking about that, Big Bird, just before that. Like, I mean, you got these older nations, like the average whale that you guys try to attack has got like 250 million BP on average, and it goes up. So, I mean, unless you have 60, 70 people, you're not going to be able to burn them. Like you're literally looking for those people for under 100 million BP, or right around there. It's harder for the older nations, but when they do show up, there's some pretty damn good battles. It looks like 621 took the win over that, over 299, 400, 320, and 285, which is Lumber's old nation. Babe, are you able to mic up or no? Probably not.
Just real briefly.
Okay, so am I kind of correct with what you meant by your what you were saying? Is that they're just too big?
Yeah, exactly. Cities with 250 million BP plus, and those are just cities that you need to have a ton of numbers for. And so we definitely tried a couple, lost some bad ones, but later in the rounds, as people were losing troops, we were able to tag a couple of them. But like Kaya, for example, just too big.
Yeah, too
big. We tried and it just didn't work.
So she got a lot of points off that.
Yeah, I mean, what I found is like later in the rounds, everything was burning except for the big behemoth cities.
Yeah,
and so it kind of created a situation where there was nothing really to attack because everything that was attackable was out of troops.
Yeah, that's true. And even in those older nations, if you got a big BP, you don't even really need the bubble. Because at some point you're like, I hope they do try to attack me. If you have a lot left still, like you get to that point where like, I hope they try for the extra points.
Yeah, round 3, I was really trying to prompt an attack. I got up to like a 39 kill streak, just hoping that I would get a big hit, but no love.
They knew better. They knew better.
Yeah.
Those kill streaks.
Just trying to make myself appetizing,
Well, I mean that kill streak is huge. If someone has like a 39 kill streak, and you're able to burn them, the fucking points you get from that is huge. But are they gonna try? That's the question. Like, do they try or do they just say no? That's not gonna happen. I didn't know Maverick went to you guys' nation. GG on that. That's a big pickup right there. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a baller, man.
Oh, I'm
Great player.
very well aware of that one. Very well aware of that.
Yeah, for sure.
But congratulations on your guys' win on that, by the way. I keep on trying to like push these buttons and it just keep forgetting it's just a screenshot. Congratulations on your win.
Oh yeah, no worries. It was a lot of fun, and good game to all the other nations. They got some real tough cities out there, and we're going to be seeing some of them at head of state. So looking forward to it. We got some good battles ahead of us.
So are all these guys in your head of state?
I'm pretty sure. Yes, we've got 285 for Void, I think.
Oh man, I wonder if they're still as active as they used to be. I guess you'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's exciting about seeing these older nations is, you really got to play smart. You got to bring your A game, because even at my BP level, I could get countered and get smoked by some of these old nations, So it keeps you sharp.
Oh yeah, you have to. And the thing is like that's exactly what they're looking for. They're looking for that counter. They're not looking for that reinforcement. They're looking for that counter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh. Congratulations. And we're gonna go check this report out real quick. So, 8:30. Whose mic is up? Shockwave. Alright, sorry, Shockwave. So this is one of the battles from 8:30. They hit 8:17 lock and they lost. They lost big. Another thing people got to realize is if you send numbers and they got strong players in there, you're adding fuel to the fire. And I'll explain that. For instance, event. I gotta find one that shows me solo but eating. If you're eating, guys, like I've always said before, if you're fucking eating, no, that's not one. And the battle is gone on over 10 seconds, and you're continuously eating, like this, for instance. I'm eating, and they sent reinforcements. So instead of having one fleet in there of like, we'll just say 800 million, or we'll just say 1 million, and I'm eating it, by adding those 3 other fleets, you just gave me more points by adding more troops for me to eat. Now, if the battle is all the way over here, yeah, send it. Like, so right now, I'm already, my officers' skills are already activated. So you're feeding. That makes sense. You're feeding me. Titans are done. My Titans are still in the 90s. At this point, you've seen that second person come in and I'm still eating it. Don't send. Don't send. That makes sense. All right, we'll go into another report. 8 versus 4. Okay, so you won that one. 1.1. 500. Okay, that isn't bad. Was Jason in that one? I think he might have been.
I don't believe so.
Really?
Yeah, that one was from the first round. I don't recall seeing Jason on during that round.
Okay, he probably might have went to the second and third round then. Wow, all the people in here, none of y'all did Chaosland other than 2? I want to see the winners. I want to see everything. What's it up in here? All right, there we go. We got Abigail in here. Let's see. We're going to start at the end. So over here in 1070, they came in for, holy cow. You seeing this, guys? 5.7. Oh, that's the alliance. Let's see what the overall. I want to see the overall. I mean, still 5.9 to 4.1 is the next closest. So 1070 took over the win against 1024, 1086, 896, 1020. Abigail, you on here?
Kind of, sort of. I'm on a flight, so it's gonna sound like crap.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Did everyone show up, or was you guys just went hard?
No, pretty much everyone showed up. We went against some really tough people, but it was really fun.
Let me see this. Yeah, 13 to 2. 4 points. Yeah, ouch. Ouch. That looks like it hurt. That's a big hit. Well, now obviously with these numbers, 8.6 in there, you guys hit a 41, didn't you?
I think I can't see because I'm on the flight. Yeah, it was a 41 Savant.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we actually zeroed him in a KE before, if I'm not wrong. So it was fun to kind of pop back up and hit him again.
After being zeroed and he's back up to 8.3, that guy is spending. That guy is spending. Holy cow.
He's a killer. It was really fun. We were against him. We were against Teru, I think. Black Ice, a few really big players. It was awesome. It was a really fun fight.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. People were saying that they haven't had Chaosland yet. Oh, well. Interesting. You came over in 5th place. That's not bad.
It's okay. I wanted to push harder. I was going to do round 1 and 3, but then I ended up having to work, so I did 1 and 2 and didn't have a big enough chance to hit people in round 2. There wasn't too much to do.
That's a run. I went in 2 and 3, and 2 is where I got the most points from. I knew that everyone.
I got the most in 1.
In 1, huh?
Yeah, it was fun. It was my first Chaosland. It was really fun. I think it's one of my new favorites other than Void.
Well, I agree. I agree. It is one of my favorites too. Is Chaosland, but unfortunately, they've made it only to where it's 2 or 3 times a year. So we'll say like a semi-annual thing, or when you get merged. So the question that people's been asking is that, well, Chaosland's here. Does this mean these guys are going to get merged? No, that does not mean you're going to get merged. That just means that it's the semi-annual time for it to pop up. It is weird that all the nations that are in the Chaosland are the ones that are in head of state, though. Almost like you're showing your power instead of hiding it, walking into Void. You know what I mean? Like you're already showing what you can do.
I was noticing that too. It's kind of just giving away all the secrets right away. But I don't know. I think it's gonna make it more exciting.
Well, it's definitely gonna make people more iffy to unbubble if they got zeroed out by one person. You know what I mean? Make it real iffy.
That's a fair point.
But I mean, hiding troops. I mean, no matter what event it is, I mean, you gotta learn to hide your troops. Period. There's no questions about you gotta hide your troops. Congratulations on your guys' win.
It's a lot bigger than like we don't have no respect for these guys. They're like, yeah, y'all can't guard me.
What's up, Jerry?
I tell you. No, you're too little man. You're just too little.
Too little? There he goes. Big Bird's asking Holbrook if they played Chaosland yet. Holbrook, you guys played Chaosland yet? I guess he might be busy. You guys have any questions about Chaosland you might want to ask while people are getting their stuff put together? Well, look at this. Look at this. Cash from 779. Hit T-Dog from 887. Lost. Whoa. Well, I mean, guys. 1 million versus 5.1. I mean, that is going to be a loss. That's a lot of troops. Even with 1 million troops, that's a lot of troops. And T Dog, you're strong. So hell yeah, 671 overall. Here's a battle report right here. 3-2. 726 showed up. Oh, they got some strong people in 726. They really do. But you guys were able to burn these two. Not bad. Not bad at all. Game Over's asking, what are my thoughts on why they split the times? Everyone's doing it. Not Old Nation, then New Nation. I honestly didn't know, but now that you brought that up, maybe to, yeah, like Big Bird said, the server load. Maybe to stop the crashing, the lagging. I mean, that's a good possibility. Because if you think about it, in GC, they literally have crashes and lags and all that stuff. So if they split it up, it's only like, a fraction of the actual entire game that are getting lagged. So that would be my guess. Good call on that, Big Bird. 1209 versus 1232, 1234, 1190, and 1225. 1209 took the... Whoa, no, you guys have not done it yet. You guys are up and coming. Okay. And these guys are all in your head of state, I take it. One day. 330. Okay. I kind of want to check out these nations. 1209. Let's check out 1209 real quick. Nope, I was already in there. Okay, 1209. The endless search. I'm gonna say it, and I'm like I say it every single time. Camel, do something about the search. That's 1202, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mm. 35. Not bad. Okay. See if you're. That's not bad. 7.5 for what was that again? At 35? That's not bad. That's actually way above where you should be. Future whale, guys. Future whale, just saying. Future whale. Titans looking good already on the Titans. Plane. Just about to get a gold. Not bad. Future whale, guys. Alright, what other nations was there? 1232. Check out 1232. Jet black. Why does that sound familiar? 34s. Okay. So this kind of seems about average. All right, I'm gonna go. What else was there? 1234. I want to see if it's like overpowering or if it's literally right where it should be. That was what 1234. Bear with me. There we go. 35s. Okay. Yeah, this actually seems about fair. 8.8. He's above. And 1190. Okay, 1190. Let's see 1190. I want to see if this is fair. So far, you got 35s and 34s. 1190. Looking for 1190. All right, 83. 85. Where'd it go? 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. Bonjour. Yeah, these are all about the same, yeah. So this should be a fairly even matchup. And again, 1225, I guess would be the last one. 1225. I'm wondering if this is going to be the lowest one. Oh, it's locked. I don't think they've been merged yet. Yeah, I don't think they've been merged yet. So, I mean, this seems fairly fair. So, I mean, it should be okay. You guys should have some fun. You don't got to worry about no 41s where you can just running around burning everyone. Is Chaosland still everyone's event? Like usually, is there for a day or some so you can go look at, but it's gone in our events to look. Yes, Sean, that is Chaosland. It's there and then it disappears. All right, let's check out League Guides. Holy shit, 22-1. Wait, this is Civil War. This is a big hit in Civil War. Oh, God. They straight up called him Leak God. No. Man. What? And then the double tap. Oh.
Woody, you know how I always say the reason why I hang around for 357 is,
Yep.
maybe kill one of the 2 or 3 trolls?
Yep.
Well, that was the biggest one. I've been waiting for that fucking shield for 3 years, baby girl.
Oh, you got
And
it.
that boy got 5 fleeted, and we just cannoned him. He healed, and he cannoned with shield fell. We're about to get him again as we're speaking. So, report's coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and he's not online, is he?
3 years. That was worth the wait, huh?
Damn. 4 million troops killed. Oh, my God.
City for donate.
I don't even know what that'd be worth trading. I mean, those are the kind of troll cities that anyone that walks in there is gonna be. It's like blacklisted for the rest of the game's life. Oh man, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this little cocksucker for legitimately 3 years, bro. And yeah, he got 5 fleeted, and I don't have skills left. I know he's at hospital capacity, so I don't have skills left. I just killed another guy like an hour or so ago. So I'm trying to get somebody with skills because he's got like 450K sitting in his house right now.
Jeez. So these are just
I
two
want
hits.
another 50,000-60,000 real quick. This fucking prick.
Let me ask you: Did you get your panda maxed out over there? The breakthrough?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Oh, you're gonna use that bad boy, or did you already use it?
Yeah, I mean, we killed him earlier as a group, so I didn't think his shield would fall that quickly. But so I killed somebody else like an hour or so ago and clipped him for like 120K with the skills.
Jeez, 120K.
He had a couple of rain in him. Yeah, we 357 is a good old Civil War country, so that's kind of what we're doing right now. And yeah, this guy was 100 million BP at morning time, and he just got he's down to like 22 or so now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You got me hard
Was
just
it an
thinking about
old-fashioned-
that.
We're
Was it
fucking
an
him up like
old-fashioned
as we
Discord?
speak.
Jeez. That's awesome. That is awesome. Like, I know exactly what you mean waiting for that bubble for a very long time. And then the day you see it, you're like, oh, it's Christmas. You'll lose whatever points you want to get that bad boy burning. So, my question is when it heals, I mean, is he actually strong or no?
I mean, he's one of those whatever. No, he's not strong at all. He just was fat and he held a shield for 3 years. So the answer to that question is no. He's not strong. I think he's like 700 melee HP, 1150.
Ooh.
Mid range attack. This guy got absolutely smoked. That's what he got.
Yeah. That's...
And he just got smoked again. So he just got clipped for another 30 or 35,000 on my team's SOS. So yeah, he's currently down to 23, and I just filled the rest of his hospital. So because fuck him.
Fuck it. You know what, dude? Tell everyone to go over there and fucking take his resources.
Yeah, if I didn't have such an amazing spot in the other enemy's hive, I would definitely go farm him. Actually, I'm gonna ask somebody to cover my spot.
Yeah. Do that and just take everything he has so we can't heal him. Everything.
Yeah, he's such a fucking trash bucket. This guy.
Oh man, I love hearing and seeing this. Like I don't even know who the guy is, but I know what kind of person he is. So yeah.
I mean, it takes a lot to piss me off, man. It really does, you know. And this guy's had a big old target on his back for several years. He's like that young Japanese racist cocksucker, you know, and he's just bad in every capacity. You can't work with him, blah blah blah. And he's been terrorizing 357 for years. So yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it's a long time coming, man. I've been waiting for that shield to fall for 3 years, man. I had 4 people call me on Discord today that don't speak English, trying to get me online.
well, you knew something was going on. If people that don't speak English trying to call you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I was like,
better go-
"What is?" And I just immediately came to and boom, we had like 20 or so online ready to clip his head.
Oh man!
But as soon as that first one went down, I had 5 fleets in him. It was a wrap.
That made your day.
It did, man. For real, it did. It like 357, specifically KTA is like rejoicing today. I'm sure a lot of even our constituents that were fighting in other alliances are happy for this guy's death too. So long and short of it is that 3-year bubble finally fell, man, and that's what makes 357 great.
They waited patiently.
Hell yeah! Now I got like 2 more of them fuckers, and I'll give my city away to somebody.
There you go. Let me ask you: you think he's gonna heal those or heal some troops and?
Man, I don't. It don't. We're in civil war anyway, so it doesn't matter to us, But this is the guy who also, the only time he dropped a shield was, during frenzy,
Oh, to give away points. Well, at least now you might be.
Yeah, he's one of those prick nuts. But the big reason why is just that racist shit. Like we have a lot of Asian, a bunch of Koreans as well, and
right.
For whatever reason, Japan doesn't like Korea, I guess, and so they're out there just derogatory after derogatory. It's just not something to build anything nice around. If you catch my drift.
No, I agree 100% with you. I mean, like racism.
It's like talking shit to women in my book. It's just like something you don't do.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Yeah.
So anywho, it's been a great day to just I'm farming him right now. So fuck him and everything he came in on, and I'm fairly certain his other butt buddy that I'm trying to kill used a lion shield earlier. So this guy's super fucked.
He's probably sleeping and everything.
And even if he came online and healed, it doesn't matter. He's just going to get worked. He's only got 1 fleet.
Yeah. He's not going to be doing anything. Maybe
he's going to get farmed for these 250 million minerals.
Did you guys have Chaosland or? Do you guys have?
Yeah, that was pretty cool little event, man. I was putzing around with the 619 guys there for a little while, and I got first. Yeah, I got first.
Well, we already knew that was going to happen. You go ham and that's a fun event. Like
it is. Well, what's great about it is the merit, man. Especially if you can get like top 5. I only got I think I was 5th in 425 because we had a pretty hefty elite war at the same time as Chaosland started. So I can only do half of it.
Right.
But I was able to get 5th place out of the last 45 or so minutes. And then I focused the last round there on the 357 account. But yeah, it was a nice little event. I think that we're kind of paired up with all of the people that we're like in head of state with. I felt like, so it was cool because whatever, there's a couple fat junctures in there that we were able to burn with like 10 people when you'd really need like 30,
Yeah, because of fleet expansion.
So like all of our bigs were like 700,000 plus fleet size, so it was pretty cool to wax a 200 million BP city with like 5 cities,
Oh, dude, that's that's definitely.
And then what's cool about Chaosland is I paid all those money for all those damn troops I got, so at least with this event I get to use them. and I don't have to watch my back with somebody trying to attack me or, whatever the case is, so it's like one of those deals. So I like Chaosland specifically because they don't force me to use, 500 days of heals by limiting my troops and, all that horse shit.
I think that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't like Ironblood or Polar all that
Well,
much.
that's why Camel took it away from us, and that's why we never get it, but like once a quarter now.
Yeah, Yeah, that sucks. Well, you remember this used to be once a month.
Yeah, and then fucking Ironblood came, and then they're like, oh man, screw this, we can do this Polar thing and get even more speeds and heals, and us dumbasses, we continue to do it,
That is true. We do.
I mean, I try not to play Polar too much. It's just too expensive for me, man. Even for me, it's too expensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say for you.
It's like I come out of that event, man. It's like, damn, dude, I just dropped 300,000 gold in that whack ass shit, and not even, like knowing how many days of heals I used, just like, nah, man, like I can't. I figured that out like maybe the first season. I figured it. I'm like, man, we're not focusing on this shit. Fuck that.
It costs a lot. I mean, the skin is nice, or not even the skin, the little floating thing, but I don't think it's worth it.
I mean, I'm going to get that anyway because I'm going to get the points, right? So you don't get anything to be in like the top 100 really. Like sure, the tower is cool, but like as long as you do the first couple of seasons, like GFK is going to start out with like a master tower next round or whatever, So it's like we don't even have to fucking play 8 rounds, because we already have a halfway decent tower,
You're not wrong.
So it's like, if we, depending on our starting point on the towers, it's like, all right, like we'll play like the first like 4 weeks or whatever you call it, and get the next tower, type deal, and then just chill, you know. Like I think I told you that final we had Duck and fucking Beast, dude. Those guys got 3rd place and spent 1 million gold easy, bro. Those guys were spending all 3 items on every attack they sent. I just kind of chuckled at myself because it's like, what are you guys doing, man? You fighting for, like I didn't know their tower situation, so maybe they're trying to get a new tower. But man, like just the amount of money that those 2 specifically spent in that particular event to get 3rd, it was ungodly. I can only imagine. Like I've personally felt bad for their bags.
We had them just in Chaosland itself, and we actually have them in Head of State too, and like. They came and they burned some 41s, some big boy 41s in Chaosland with like 300 mil. They burned them.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they can. I mean, those boys are super strong, man. Not taking anything from them. I just don't understand the spend behind it. It's just like
they're competitive.
Crazy.
They're competitive, man. I know that. Like Beast,
they were fighting for 3rd, but they weren't winning. That's what I'm saying. It's just like. They were spending all 3 items in Polar, and they weren't winning, bro. It's like they were twice as, like we took 2nd by like being organic and really not spending much. And those guys took 3rd, man. They got like 8,000 total points or 7,000 total points. And again, bro, they must have each spent 500,000 to 700,000 gold.
Gee, that's a lot.
On those items because they had all 3 items every attack. Even if they didn't have Titans, bro, they were expanding and all that stuff. It's just like, what are you guys doing, man? Me and the guys were kind of chuckling to ourselves like, what the fuck? I could understand if you were trying to win, and blah blah blah, but there was another team there. I forget who they were from, what nation. It was an 800 nation. But those boys came hella deep. And, nobody was beating those guys. Like, not even us. Like, we were like 30 online.
Was it 858? The guys that are in Elite War?
I feel like it was an earlier 800 nation, like 817 kind of rings a bell.
Really?
But it was a weird alliance.
No, I'm pretty sure it wasn't us.
But,
can you check a battle report and see, or is that too far back?
Yeah, I delete all that shit, brother.
Yeah, I hear you.
Too much lag in my book, I only save the ones like I saved this motherfucker today, taking all his troops. That's it. I got a razzle report if you guys want to see that.
It could have been 827. I know they show up real deep.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was 827.
Yeah, they show up real deep. Like
Yeah, they were
60,
like
70
85.
people. Yeah.
No, yeah, they were closer to like 85, bro. I feel like, and they pulled the 255 HIM, man. They just slow walked everything. Nobody could really do anything to them. You know, I mean, sure, those Beast and Ducky those guys hit the fucking Capitol like 40 times, and they finally won one of them. But then they just walked right back to it and took it back from them.
That's
You know, so it's like those guys spent nothing. I don't think really GFK spent much because we were just tinkering around with like 30 online, and bro, those guys just went so ham. But hey, man, do your thing. Spend your money how you want. You know. I just didn't understand it to take third. That's all. It's like maybe they were trying to make a point with us or something. I don't know.
well. So
And
that was that that was the last round,
yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah, it was the last round. Yeah, that's why I said it could have been for them to get like the next tower. And if
Yeah.
that's the case, then they should have done that, right? If they were that close. But again, they only got like 7,000 or 8,000 points, so I really don't know how many. You know, if they must have been on like whatever, like the last rung of it, level 9 or whatever the next one is.
I know, like if I'm getting close to those points and I got like it's last round, I'm gonna have to go ham to get those points for the individual reward. But whenever we went up against them, they go ham. Like I think that's the one event that they really like. But then again, they do it in Ironblood. They do it in all events, actually.
Really? Yeah. All right. Well, hey, man, let them do their thing, man. You know, that's fine. I know I was working him up though, man. He was a little salty about that.
Well, I mean, you are League God. Not many people can compare to what you're able to do. So, but
I think that I recently saw that what's his fuzzy got killed. Z Slayer. Did you see that, man? That guy got smoke showed, bro.
whoa, no,
By
I
like
didn't.
77.
Are we talking
Yeah,
about?
Z down in the 200 somewhere. I forget the nation that he's in off the top of my head now. 260 maybe. No, not 260. It's not even a fucking nation. It's a tough alliance. 246, something like that.
Let's go.
I don't know, man. He was like 400 and something million BP, bro, and those boys hit him. Oh, it was 290. That's what it was. 290 is Lumberg's old nation. And man,
wait.
they smoked Buddy, dude.
He's
Guy had like
285 is Lumberg's.
okay, so it's not 285. It's go to 290 real quick.
All right.
There's a tough alliance there. TUF. I'm 90% sure it's that. But Buddy was 400 and some million BP, bro. They smoked him down to like 40 or like 32. Something crazy.
Yeah, there he is right there. Stabby. Whoa.
Well, he recruited some. He was as small as like 42, I believe. He healed immediately after to like 55 or something like that. And then he recruited to wherever he is right now.
Oh
Hey, Woody,
my
check
God.
There's definitely a video out there and a report. Let me see if I can pull it out. I think it's in. Oh, it's in the chat. There you go. Grab it.
Oh, okay.
They smoked Buddy, bro. He's dead. You know? And they went back a couple more times, so they took all his shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, man. Apparently there's been some civil war there, blah, 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 but his alliance really wasn't a part of the civil war, but apparently like he attacked the wrong dude or the wrong alliance for that matter, you know?
And they said, okay. They said, okay. All right.
And it's funny because we had 357 had elite war with them, that alliance that attacked them. That's what brought them all together. They just beat the shit out of us in elite war, and then they had 80 online, and they got offline, and they smoked this dude.
Oh my God.
What's funny is while that was happening, we were beating TUF in Elite War.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no. So you guys had Elite War with TUF while this was happening.
Yep.
That's
Oh my
amazing. See,
God.
Yeah, I
I had a
posted
lead
the
war
result.
with the Killing Alliance right before they killed Buddy.
That's so great.
Oh my God.
Because I shared the result of the Elite War, and then, Relly from 896 comments, he's like, the fucking timing. And then he tagged me to the battle that you have up right now. I was like,
Oh.
holy shit, that's hilarious.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
buddy got smoked, man. I feel bad for him, And what's even crazier is he was like, he was in our bracket for Triangle War as well, and he was like number one, And then that last day, he did nothing.
I mean, with that kind of hit, you can't do anything. I mean,
Yeah, he did
oh my
nothing. He didn't
God.
even want to play. I don't think, But yeah, it was, that was a big hit. That's one of the bigger hits I've seen in some time.
Yeah.
And
Oh my
they
God.
they lost some troops to get it done too. So bravo to the attacking team, man, because they put their dicks out on the table for sure for that one.
That's two different hits. Jesus.
No, I mean they kept going after that, man. That's only the two reports you're seeing. From what I understand, he went fully zero.
Yeah. That's obvious. Yeah, just by looking at where he's at now.
Yeah, he went fully zero, and he recruited about 20 or so million BP. I checked up on him like 4 days after, and he went from 55 to I think he's at like 80 or so right now.
Look at the losses. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
dude.
44
So
million. I mean, it's awesome to see those reports and to see the battle happen, but I feel for players that get hit like that. Like I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, dude, it sucks, man. But that's why a whale's got to be like a good whale, man, or you better live in a shield,
Yeah.
because now mind you, if I were him, I would, I have a 77-man hit list now, so I have a reason to play the game.
Yeah.
I only need one fleet, right? Or a couple fleets, and I'm gonna do my thing for a little while, and that would really be the extent of it, But yeah, man, what a blow, dude! Crushing blow. But I don't know if he deserved it or not. I'm not really sure of the specifics, but yeah, man, that's a fuck ton of money, dude. Just leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. That if we had a gas, you said he was at like 400 million BP. If we had
I think it was like 450 from what I've been
Oh,
told. Yeah,
that's like a good easy 50 grand right there.
maybe a little. Yeah,
Maybe
probably.
a little north of that.
It's a lot, man. I wouldn't even
Yeah.
want to think about it, But it sounds like a fuck ton of cash, and
Yeah. Oh my
if he
God.
did piss somebody off, he should have known it, and he should have wore his shield at minimum. But some people think they're invincible.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're
and
not wrong.
that's why I did that test with 219 back in the day, man. Well, not even back in the day. It was like 6 months ago or something like
I
that.
remember that. Yeah.
And I just wanted to know, and I got what I needed to know. So it's like,
Yep.
nope, I can't do that, man. The right guys can take you down, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah. It was planned too. It wasn't that you were fucking around finding out. You just found out like as a test.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of had to take that one on the chin. We lost the event after that, so the nation was a little ticked off at me for a little while. But I pretty much just said, "Listen, man, I carried you guys for years. So
Yeah.
eat a dick, and I wanted to see what what it was all about if a real team hit me, and and they smoked me. It wasn't even like a close battle. So long and short of it is yeah, man, the right team can take anybody down, dude. That's it.
So that makes me
Okay.
wonder. That makes me wonder by you saying that, and you were at like 650 million BP at that point, right?
Yeah, I was just under. It was like 630, but yeah.
So if you were able to get smoked at 630, and you got these max players at like 800, I think they can get smoked by a team like that too, if they had no reinforcements, of course.
Yeah, I mean the probability of no. I mean, whatever. Everybody sat and watched that one for me, right?
Yeah.
I had 80 some odd guys online, blah blah blah. But the long and short of it is yeah. I mean, I personally think that 219 could do the exact same thing to Ronaldo or Treehouse.
Ooh.
I-
That's interesting.
I feel like they can, and even if they didn't, they would in a void just to scrap his ass, you know? And, you know, sure, maybe we all lose 100,000, but man, he's going to get clipped, you know? And that's something to rejoice about so long as you don't lose the war, you know?
Yeah.
And even if he lost the war and if Ronaldo went from 800 million BP to 450 off of a good hit,
Oh man.
you know, or 500 off of a good hit, man, who cares about that void, bro? That nigga just got smoked, you know?
Well, and you think about it, like we all know they're eventually going to get merged again, you know, because it's a lock nation. We know it's going to happen. So they're going to start seeing those older nations because they have those mega players and a lot more people that they can play against. And players like him, they're not used to using a bubble. You know, they don't. It's not in their
Yeah, I
vocabulary.
mean, you know, listen, man, if I'll bet you a treehouse will bubble if they face 219 in a void, you know? Like, and if he doesn't, I bet you 219 will clip him.
Well,
you know?
Treehouse,
'Cause
yeah, but like I think that they would catch Ronaldo, like because I mean you play
Treehouse
Ronaldo.
is fatter and just as strong, you know? Treehouse is 815, you know? Like, Ronaldo's like under 8, I think, or something like that.
He must be deleting troops to just recruit them again.
He's a psychopath.
Because last I looked at, he was at like he was over 800, and if he's at 7 something, that means he's deleting troops just to recruit more. Like that's insane. Like
He's another level there of liking to spend on this game. I'm
Yeah.
honestly surprised he hasn't started a new account somewhere. You know, just because I feel like he loves the game so much.
I mean, it's a fun game. Does it have boring times? Absolutely, 100%. But when you have those fun times, like how we
You have
did
no
in
idea how
Chaosland-
much fun I'm having right now clipping all this guy's our resources, bro.
Oh, I bet.
I'm giving most of it back to Camel. I don't even give a shit. But you know, I'm getting about 600,000
No, eso es
minerals to
alegría.
hit.
¿No? Y casi como,
What was that? I don't think she knows it. Her mic's on. Anyways, yeah, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
I feel bad for that guy, but you know, like all those big guys out there, man. Be good to your people, or they're gonna try to clip that ass. You know, don't think you're above the law, man. Always
You're-
try to be a good one.
You're 100% right on that, dude. Like 100% right on that. Like, are there people in my nation I want to burn? Oh, absolutely. But I know that if I did something like that, I mean, the nation will just start going downward. You know, you don't want to do that. I've always said,
Yeah,
if
I mean,
you're,
you get that like tyrant, you know, label and all of those things.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, all right, if that's the case, man, you kind of just deserve to get clipped. You know, and
yeah,
when it happens, you know, people are gonna expect it. You know, like this guy we killed today, like he tried to be Mr. Tyrant, you know, and you know, for a long time, this was Apo, right? This was the number one killer in Globe 5 for many moons before some mergers,
right.
that brought in like Globe 4 stuff, and so he thought he was somebody, but long and short of it is, man, piss off the right people and that shield's down, man, you're dead, dude.
Yeah.
You're dead. And they didn't even need me in this battle. It was nice that I was there, but they didn't need me in that battle. They could have clipped his ass without me. I'm glad they didn't, though, because I wanted to be in that report.
Well, and I think that's the thing, is that they're like, well, no, we got to get him involved because that he's been waiting for this. Jeez. GG on that. I know that he's going to be mad. What I am wondering is, like, when he actually logged into his city and seeing that, I wish he had a camera.
You should see my nation chat right now. So, like, we're in Civil War, so I don't release gifts to the nation chat, right? Like, I just don't. I hold them all, whatever. Today, I released like 10 or 12 of them, and they're all in the efforts of something along the lines of like dead Apo, eat a dick trash can, fucking zero Pokemon. Like all. That's what all the messages say.
I'm looking to see if I have one in 357. I don't think I do.
It's dead Apo, fucking dead fucking trash, Apo Zero, Femboy Zero. You know, it's pretty amazing. Late shield Apo. He put the shield. Someone put the shield on. You know, like after he was dead. You know, it was like I always love that. The
You're a
late
little
shield.
late. You're a little late.
It's like, what do you do? You know, are you trying to protect his fucking wheat? You know, is that what you're trying to do? 'Cause
The wheat.
there's no fucking troops to protect, buddy. You know, there's none of them.
So did the shield go on down, or did the shield already go up and back down, Ray?
I mean, it was on, and I'm assuming somebody placed an 8-hour shield, and then so yeah, we cannoned him, you know, because he healed. So you know, but there was no troops in the city, so whatever. They're probably in the fort or something stupid. So we cannoned him, and because he was in our in our hive, because he's a trash bucket, and yeah, found his ass. Now there's about 10 guys farming him.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I approve of this. I approve of this. Hey man, I know.
Who was the player one more time, Woody?
This guy. This guy right here, Leak God.
Oh, it was Leak God. Okay.
Yeah, you got. So I mean, technically, he would be considered Leak God because if this was void, he would have just leaked.
I mean, that's what I mean, you know, he calls it that because that's all he does, you know, and other than, you know, kill people with SOS and hide in the shield, the only thing he does is, you know, fucking Frenzy Sundays drop his shield, you know, in an attempt to get us to lose or, you know, whatever the case is. But we have numerous trolls like that, you know? So the long and short of it is those are the ones that still have bounties on their head. And yeah, we're gonna just hang out and wait for those shields to go down too, because eventually they're gonna go down.
I remember hearing there was a certain nation. I don't remember what nation is that. Kind of like this guy, but he straight told these players that they have to pay him $10,000 US dollars a month, or he's going to drop his bubble every frenzy, so they lose.
I mean, that's crazy work. You
know? Yeah, like but, that'd be like, dude, you're dying. Like, you're dying.
Yeah, I mean, this guy had a death wish as soon as he started with that racist shit. You know, and he was one of the first guys to, you know, like he's one of those guys that fucking will stop the war, come to the alliance, and then the moment somebody he doesn't like drops their shield because he thinks that, you know, everything's good, he drops alliance and goes and kills them. You know, it's like he's just one of those guys.
Oh, he got what he deserved.
Oh yeah, I'm scouting him right now to see how much more resources this prick's got. I'm hoping we can make him a true zero, because we like to fight about that in the nation, you know, what zero means. And I don't think you're zero until I got every ounce of wheat that you ever collected.
Zero is zero.
Yeah, I want you to log into your city, and then if you want to continue to play the game, you got to farm for wheat again, like a fucking pauper.
Yep.
And that's it, you know? So if you want to play still, you want to empty those bags, cool. Let's play.
He's gonna be.
I'm coming for it, man.
He's gonna be the guy that you see on Facebook with posting, "You big meanie, you're nothing but a bully."
He's got his own little YouTube channel somewhere, but it's in Japanese, so I can't roast him.
Right.
You know, so he's got a couple of retarded videos up there. I sent him on Discord a video of him dying, so he could put it on his YouTube channel if he likes.
You got that video? Can you put it on here?
No, just a report video.
Oh, okay. I still would like to see that.
just him getting absolutely fucking smoke showed. Here, I think I deleted it, but I'll record it again real quick, just because it's worth the worth the show. For the right people dying, man, it's always worth it.
Oh yeah. If people waste their freaking troops, not really waste, but you know what I mean, use their troops, why not? Hell yeah. Love to see that.
Yeah, and most of my guys lost less than like 50,000, 60,000 troops during this tax too.
That's nothing. I mean,
so it's like at the end of the day, he. Oh, this is great. This is what makes it even better. So you're gonna see in this report that his wounded units is only 47,000, right? And that's because he SOS like 3 or 4 days ago and it failed and he never healed.
Oh no!
Yeah,
No.
so at the first hit, man, he just took so many losses.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Yeah. On the first report, there's only 47,000 losses. So it's because he had, again, SOS and it failed, a few days ago, and
Right.
his whole fleet was in the hospital.
And he didn't heal him. Oh no. Oh.
Yep. Sucks to suck,
Like
brother.
even if he didn't have the heals, that would have been instant bubble time. You know what I mean? Like, no man, that's crazy. That's insane. Like
Yeah, his stats aren't even good though. I just put him in the end of the video so you guys can see.
All right, yeah.
664 melee HP, 1200 mid attack, and those are in nation stats. Obviously, it probably gets a little bit better, in a cross nation war. But he doesn't play cross nation events other than League 5000.
Yeah.
So
I don't get why people leak. I mean, some people, even if you have a bad rep, you never once you can always turn that
and
around.
then he talks shit about it. It's like he'll lower his shield. They'll zero him. Like hit him like 5 or 6 times. And then he'll get like top 20, in the event. And he'll be like, look, I spent nothing. He did like a razzle, I spent nothing and I got top 20. It's like, yeah, but bro, you just lost the event for us, you scumbag,
Let's watch this. All right. All right, we gotta hit play. There we go. I'm like watching, like, is it gonna go? Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah!
All those damn losses. See you later,
Oh
alligator.
my god!
A lot of bikes, man. That's a lot of bikes.
That's a lot of bikes. Those are, oh my god, those are garbage stats too.
Yeah, he's got smoked.
Only a purple plane.
Yeah, you should go back to those stats after the video, Woody. Holy cow, are those low?
Yeah.
What level
Yeah,
is
I
he?
scroll after the video. I put him in
He's
the
a 41,
in the video.
right?
No, he's a 39.
Still,
39, okay.
still a 39 at those stats are kind of still garbage.
Oh no, it's trash. It's super trash. I've been talking shit about his melee HP for like 2 years.
Kind of like
It's like
that.
if you ever let me inside, all your tanks are gonna melt anyway.
Yeah. We're gonna stop the video as soon as we get back to the stats right here. What the fuck?
What? He's a 39?
Yeah, exactly.
So why would he want to protect those the mid-range troops versus the melee troops? That's
odd.
yeah.
It's
Guys,
just not a smart. The guys had the same builds, since whatever. He's the guy who doesn't even in the mines. He doesn't even put front line in the mines. It's just zombies and mid range troops.
who is
He's
he
one of those
thinking?
idiots.
Does he think this is Medici or something?
I don't know, brother. The guy's big trash in every capacity, and it was a fucking pleasure to get rid of all of those troops.
Wow.
Because recently I think he went from 60 million to 90 million, like in one event. I will say, he did recruit during the event, but only to get himself or attempt to get himself a blue banner. I put $100 bounties out there to make sure he couldn't get a blue banner for fucking recruiting 350 million. But yeah, he pumped up from like 65 to 95, like in the last, I don't know, I think he did that like 4 months or so ago. But yeah, that shield hasn't dropped in 3+ years, and it was great.
This isn't the guy that said that he didn't think melee HP was important, was it?
No. Again, this is you wouldn't have been able to talk to him. He's an Asian.
Okay.
Only speaks Japanese type deal. So
Looking at that, he apparently believes that.
he 100% does, you know.
That's
And
such a weird build. I mean, where would you even go with that?
This is trash. Like, his fucking long range attack is almost like literally is the same as his melee HP, and he's a mid range player.
How many troops did he have?
None now.
Well, no, I know that.
he
How
had
many
like
did he have?
7.5 million, I think it was in that report.
He had
something
that
like
many.
that.
Wow.
I mean, 1 million of those plus were like T1, you know, because if he was doing something stupid, you know, he had like the buffer there, you know, because if the rest of my team would have attacked him, like if they probably wouldn't have won. Right? They kind of need me to push that over the fence, unless like 30 of them were there. So long and short of it is he uses that to, you know, and he's Asian, so he's opposite time zones of me. Like he's awake while I sleep type conversation. So it's like he's just been playing that fucking cat and mouse game with me for years, you know?
So his reduced damage taken is at 82.5, which, I mean, as a mid-ranger, that's important. But in his increased damage...
That's been like that, though. I mean, you know, I'll say ever since he's been a big troll, you know, and there's been, you know, because he's been blacklisted. Like, he's not, like him and there's another troll, this guy ZK.
Yeah.
They're just blacklisted, you know? Any alliance that they go to, if you let them in, I'm killing everybody.
Yep.
You know? So they hang out over in the corners by themselves, these two idiot sticks. And, you know, yeah. So I don't know what he's going to do. And I personally think ZK has been kind of running that city. You know, maybe he's the one who let the shield drop. I'm not sure. I don't really care. You know, but Apo definitely hasn't been spending money in that city in some time.
No, he hasn't.
You know?
Even a little bit of money with the officer equipment would have that melee HP way more than that.
I would only assume a majority of his officer equipment, like the new stuff, probably isn't even open, just because his stats haven't changed at all. Because all those stats in the, you know, a majority of those stats that you're getting in the officers, those are in-nation stats. So like we should be able to see his, you know, changing, and it's not at all.
Yeah, it's not. You know what? You might have a point there. Maybe this isn't the guy anymore. Maybe it is someone else. Because let's be real.
The probability of, you know, again, 3 years, Woody, bro. 3 years I've watched this guy's shield. And if his shield was down, there was no troops inside.
Right.
I've whiffed this guy's city 1,000 times, bro. No, not 1,000, 200. 200 times I've whiffed this guy's city, bro, with no troops at home. You know? Like, that's how many times.
That's insane.
So I had anxiety today. Like, are you sure there's troops in there? You know, like...
Are you sure? And then they were. And then there wasn't.
Yeah, they were. And then there wasn't, correct.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then there wasn't. It's been a good time just to fucking, yeah. It was cool just to see the team come together and kind of laugh at the whole scenario because, yeah, he's just been a big old shit talker for a long time.
Isn't that awesome when you wait so long? We had the same thing for a very, very long time in our nation. And we were in the Bahamas on Christmas and his shield dropped and we stopped everything. I was sitting in the hotel room. We were just back to back killing them. Finally, you know, we waited forever to do it.
Hey, Liga, look at that. Look at that photo.
Yes.
I wonder if there's an actual recording, if this was just a screenshot. There might be an actual recording.
Hopefully somebody got it.
That'd be nice.
Too funny, man. Yeah, we're over there fucking trying to get the rest of this guy's resources as we speak.
Yeah, drain them. Drain them and block them from Nation Chat, and you ain't got to worry about them again.
Oh, hell no. I hope he comes to Nation Chat. I'm the mental warfare guy, bro. I'm the guy who gets in your head. You don't want to interchange with me on the Nation Chat, bro. I'll make you want to blow your fucking head off. And yeah, I hope he comes to the Nation Chat.
No,
I hope he does.
This is funny because you see a lot of these newer nations. They're like, that's a 39, that's a 40. No, don't do that. Don't do that. But when it comes down to it, when you have a player such as this, at least the points, it don't matter what city level it is, they have to be taken care of. Like you got to just do it and get it out of the way. Because
I mean, I could probably deal with like, you know, because again, we're in civil war regardless of this guy,
right.
you know, with you know, so I really don't give a rat's tail about the frenzy, you know, because we don't care as a, you know, alliance. You know, it's just shitty, you know. It's just like that's like 20% of the reason why I dislike the guy. You know, the rest of it is just all that racist. Like, bro,
Yeah.
you know, like so he calls Koreans kimchi, right? And between you know the chat here, that's like calling a black guy the N word,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yeah.
just
You
like
just don't.
you know, you just don't do that, you know. And this guy uses it like it's like you know what's up, you know. It's like kimchi is all over my nation chat. She's like, bro, like what? You know, like I don't like that shit.
Yeah. I
So
wouldn't either.
and I've had a target on this guy's back. I mean, we killed him. You know, remember Rusty Nail and all that, right?
Yeah, I remember him.
So you know, when we first started the Civil War, he was the first one to go down. You know, we waited for his shield to fall, and long and short of it, he was our first attack. You know, because he was running his gutter and you know all of the above. So, but we haven't. You know, his shield hasn't fallen since that day. You know, and that was 3+ years ago, man.
So in another 3 years, it's gonna come down again. I don't know, dude. If
mean,
I was him,
you
I
know.
don't know if I'd be playing anymore.
Yeah, I'm hoping after the shield drop after 8 hours, I'm assuming that's his white flag. Or I'm
Yeah.
hoping that's his white flag.
And
You know,
with no resources, no
let this
troops.
city sit right here, unmanned as a fucking trophy.
As
You
a
know,
trophy.
forever. Right here.
Yeah, that. Wow. Well, congratulations on that one.
Yes, sir. Who else had some good chaos lands? Anything else cool going on in the market
Oh,
over here?
I thought Chaosland was over, but I'm coming to see that there are still nations out there that it's tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's server exchange. It's kind of like Capital.
Yeah.
You know, they don't want. Yeah, they move it around.
I think they're doing that just so there's no lag or whatnot. Because
There was still plenty of lag on every group attack we had.
was there?
Yeah, man.
Well,
But you know, it's what it is. We're kind of used to it. We had more lag in Elite War.
Here's a good hit. 23 versus 1, Nation 2. But this is Civil War 2. Guy had 8.8 million
20
troops. Yeah.
Oh, in the Chaos Land. Got it.
Is this Chaos? No, this is Civil War. I don't think this is Chaos Land. So Nation 2.
Not quite Civil War. It's more of like a personal war between two alliances. But it's been going on since December. It's pretty entertaining.
So it's Civil War. I mean, it doesn't need to be World War III.
Line and shield just to get his ass roasted all over again.
Jeez, that's good stuff.
he just tried to bubble trap me and just to get roasted with 5 fleets on him. How fucking dumb are you?
Did that guy come online?
Yeah, I'm killing him as we speak.
Oh my god, did he heal?
Yeah.
Oh man,
idiot stick.
Oh man, he healed.
Stupid.
Dude,
I hope he gets some rain. Let me get some rain on that ass so I can put somebody else in the hospital for the night. Too funny, man.
You said someone said there was 3 more reports. Is this the one? Yeah.
No, I said screen record some of this.
Yeah, screen record it, dude. Screen record it.
Yeah,
dude, I want to see some carnage.
I didn't. I'll give you some reports. I didn't think about screen. It's over now. And he healed in between each report. Now he's just emptying the bags. It's too funny. I got so much of his resources, so it's hilarious.
Did he finally bubble or?
No, he kept healing, bro. Yeah, he bubbled because he didn't want anybody to join. But
jeez, he can only heal so many. I mean, his hospital's already full. Oh man.
Oh, it's too funny, man. Look at this dumb shit, dude.
So we have a report here, and I'll go back to yours, Lee God. But from 767, 4 of them attacked a 717 BOW Sergeant Crass.
That guy's strong. I heard about that guy somewhere.
He's strong. He had 3.4 million troops. They hit him with 2.2. Now the points were fairly close, but to be able to take a hit from 4 people like that, that's impressive. I wanted to see who's in there.
Yeah, especially because the fleet sizes are halfway decent, you know?
Yeah.
That one guy in there's got a millie.
Yeah, that's
whoever that is.
Oh, he's a 41. He's strong. He's around 1700, 1800.
That's a lot. That's a big ass fleet size.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I was suddenly like,
it's on fleet size. That boy went 100% fleet size.
That's what I did too. That's what you got to do. That you got to do that, especially going on against other bigger whales. You have to. All right, going back into this. Oh, see, he did heal some. Oh man,
he healed twice. He healed twice fully.
Oh man.
Oh, I gotta love it, dude.
And he's on
gotta
YouTube.
He poured away. Damn it. I was having fun.
I don't want this fun. You're being a big bully. Oh man.
Yeah, I was having fun. Yeah, dude, what's better than that, bro? Just chilling here on the podcast, fucking farming a bitch, bro. I love it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Big troll fucking retard. Now you just poured away. I got to go find him again, wait for his shield to drop, clean the rest of it.
And that comes down to the point where when Cam will put in the whole blow up the screen so you can see the cities, that helps out a lot. So you got to find them real quick.
Yeah. I mean, we cannoned them, and I found them myself in, like, within 5 minutes. You know? I hit Discord and had, like, probably 10 or 12 people looking around for them just because I didn't have skills. I wanted other people online to hit them with skills. And, but yeah, I found them myself in, like, 5 minutes.
You ever notice, like, those players, like I know we all say, you know, burn the farmers or whatever, but there's certain players, they might not be big cities, but man, they can find a fucking target real quick.
Oh yeah, dude. I feel like all alliances have like 2 or 3 of those. I call them scouters, man. They're hyperactive. They're free players typically. They're hyperactive. They probably only have 1 or 2 fleets because they're always in the group attacks, but they're always just searching and sharing and, you know, whatever. I got this one guy, Wallace, in GFK, man. Like, he's notorious for taking his little 14 million BP sub account that has, like, I don't know, a half a fleet of T10. He's notorious for slow walking, like, the 3rd alliance with that thing and getting, like, 25 defenders, you know?
And it eats them.
Well, no, I mean, we just let the battle start, all 25 get in, and, you know, we're waiting, you know?
Right.
We're waiting, because he's in, you know, that little shit city's in a different alliance, obviously, so. But they'll rain his little, you know, half a fleet of T10 with 25 people, but, you know, they won't rain my one little C-36, you know? So we got to come up with creative ways to get points sometimes, and again, man, that guy's, like, notorious for that shit. You know,
well, I mean, that's another reason why, like, I always say, "Hey, Crash, can you mute your mic?"
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm here. I was driving down the road. Sorry.
Gotcha. That's another reason why, like, for say in our nation, we try to make good of our second alliance and third alliance. So when we do go up against those other nations that they want nothing to do with us, you know, but they have no problem fighting the second and third alliance. So we have to use that as a freaking, well, guys, get ready. You know.
Oh yeah.
Versus...
We're notorious for that, man, because nobody likes to fight us. So it's like we have to have our second and third alliances set traps. It's like the only way.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely have to. Oh, look here, it's 372. Billy the Kid, he got SND 7 versus 1. Look at this. It took out meter from 333. Ooh, left him with 2.7. It's a big fleet too.
Was that a Chaosland one or was that a normal one?
Oh, it's yeah, Chaosland.
Okay.
Still good hit.
Yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah! Look at that, 4.1 million gone.
I posted mine and then did you talk about it real quick?
Yeah, we did talk about it.
I didn't even realize I didn't even have my Titans or my plane at home.
So you didn't have them at home.
I did not have them at home. Nope. And those are you guys just played them in the last void, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Frenzy?
No, Frenzy. Yeah, we played them in. They're
Frenzy,
strong.
yeah.
They're strong.
Very strong.
That all thread guy right here, he's like 18 to.
He's got Purge's numbers basically.
Yeah. I'm surprised Commander ain't in there.
I'm really happy Commander wasn't in there.
Yeah, Commander, his is like 21, 2200.
It would have been a different outcome.
Yeah.
Commander got in there late.
He got there late.
Did he?
Yeah, he got in late, but I think he took number 1 overall.
Did he really?
He did show up late. Yep.
Dang. But he took first place overall, everything, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I had I think this one of these I recorded the third round, but I'm trying to figure out the exact timing that I did it. I think that this one is it. I could be wrong. Alright. I gotta mute. Where's the mute? Right here. And this will be in the next video. I got hit pretty hard. Just have to find it. But they weren't able to take it. So I hit that. 744. Some strong people. 744 comes with a lot of numbers. They come. Polar was there. Polar Bear. We all know who Polar Bear is. He was trying, but he just didn't have the backup behind him. Yeah, Polar Bear even tried to hit me. Didn't happen. Okay, so here's the one where they back it up a little bit. Oh, they're walking away, so I had a bit before this. Where is it? 30 seconds, maybe? Trying to find the exact spot where they started hitting. I think this is it, yeah. This is where they hit me. Oh. Yeah, see that they didn't have it in them.
That and their timing was way off.
Way off. Like by time each one got in there, that whole fleets were already gone.
Yeah. There's a certain point when you got to know when to not send.
Yeah. that gift box, they should have used that gift box timer, and then when they hit that time, they should have at that point, literally, at that point they should have been like, okay, go in all speed in. I thought this was the hit. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell? Did they hit me with like nothing? But it's the next one. Anyways, that was one of the hits. That'll be in the video. And then I just carried on, kept burning. It's good stuff. See, we don't get as active as how the older nations are, because there's just not that many people. But yeah, that'll be out the next couple days. But all right, let's go back down here and see if anyone else got anything. So is that it? We have any questions for us? Because I'm not seeing anyone else really drop anything in the chat. Chris,
I have one question, Emily. Where is anybody unlocked the skill yet?
Yeah,
I'm sure people have. Is it worth it?
Lee God has, right? You're talking about.
I mean, dude, that's probably the best one I've seen in a while.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah,
this one right here.
It's probably the best one I've seen in a while. It's an island skill, and it's just really adding to it from what I can see. And I think it's great. I think I got mine at like level 7 or some shit like that. I think it's great. I haven't done like tests on it. I'm not a. Say that again.
Is it a stackable skill?
No, but it's the identical skill. It's just a different second threshold. I think the one on the island's like 8 seconds, and this one's 10, maybe something along those lines.
Okay.
My opinion is this whole new sled of officers that's going to come out is going to give access to the island effects to free players via the BT. It's my opinion.
I mean, that's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, it allows them to
eventually get there.
Yeah, eventually get there. Give them like they're basically chasing the carrot.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a place where legal people get involved and they say, this, that, or a third. It's got to stay the same. It's eventually got to be obtained in some capacity and robble. So I feel like this is them complying to those things.
It gives them the opportunity. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Legally, yeah. Well,
at some point, the free players need a place to play. I mean, in all honesty, they do need to be involved in the game because you get medium spenders and bigger spenders and possibly a whale out of a free player until they don't know it until they know it.
You're not wrong. I'm looking at these unworldlies for her, and I'm only seeing like I'd use long range attack against
long range, HP, defense, and then attack to melee and LRA reduce.
Is there attack? Enemy attack? Yeah, reduction. No, here. Enemy reduction. Where is the attack to melee? Attack against melee boost.
Increased attack to melee troops.
I'm not seeing the increase. Yeah, I'm not seeing the increase. I'm thinking it's just worded differently.
Yeah, it doesn't have increased attack to melee.
But I'm thinking it's worded differently. Like here to where it shows up in the stats. It might be like referred to here as like
let me look.
Boost.
What does
that the other day?
Boost exactly mean when they have that wording attack against?
So when you have like say long range boost, it's kind of countering that boost. So when you see against,
it's attack against melee boost. It's the same thing.
So then that is the increase.
It's just reducing their boost. Yeah.
So it's attack against melee. It's long range attack, melee HP, melee defense, attack against melee, and then reduce LRA. That's what I'm doing anyway.
I've always wondered why do they put enemy long range defense reduction? Like who uses long range reduction, long range defense?
I mean, why they do that is to make the roll of the dice more chances to get what you want, right? They have to have other skills in there so you don't roll the dice and get what you're looking for on roll 4. They want you to get it on roll 400.
Facts. Okay, that does make sense.
And the other thing is the people that pick that because they got it in a triple S are gonna save it until someone tells them it's wrong, and then you have to roll again.
Took my second breath out of my mouth. Yeah,
Sorry.
No, you're good. But that's exactly what I was just gonna say. You know, because that's what happens. The free player gets it, and they just slot it because it's got 2 S's or 3 S's. You know, or whatever the case is. So. But the big thing is they want you to have a less chance of rolling what you're looking for, so they get you to spend more. You know.
Hello.
Interesting.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing?
Good.
That's good.
Hello, let God, my father.
You talking to Lee God?
Yeah. My,
Trying to
he
figure
is
out.
my father.
That
is that Tariq?
Yeah, it's Tariq.
My man, what's up, brother?
Hello, bro. How are you?
That's my Egyptian buddy, man. He's awesome.
I love you so much, like that.
You guys from 425 or 357? Both of y'all.
He plays in both nations with me.
Nice. So where you're at, he's at.
Yeah, pretty much, man.
Oh yeah. Look at this report right here from 255 against 273. I can't tell if it's Chaosland or not, but like 29.
Yeah, it's definitely Chaosland.
And 29 people just freaking murked this guy with 11. That's just. Then again, it is 255.
I was just gonna say, man, like that's what they do. Those guys are just hyperactive at certain times, and I don't know. I haven't seen anybody beat him in a hot minute, so I'll just leave it at that. You know, they're on like a fucking 3-4 year void win. You know, they just win everything. Shout out 255.
Jeez.
Another female-led nation for those of you women haters out there.
I was just gonna say that. Baby Oracle's female. Jeez. That's impressive, though. That is very impressive. So, what nation out there, if you think about it, what nation out there could beat 255? If we're being real.
I don't think anybody right now.
Not even 219 or.
No, they just whooped up on them in Void War not but a month or so ago, 2 months ago. They got him again in this bracket, so we'll see, you know, but yeah, Baby Oracle and team over there aren't trying to lose anything right now, so they just got number 3 in Polar, bro. You know how hard that is?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
They just got number 3 in Polar, bro. What the fuck?
So,
you know?
In Polar, we finally started going up against these 1,000 nations, right? And believe it or not, they're not. How do I explain this to where doesn't sound bad? Okay, so they might not have really large stats, but the numbers they come with are just fucking insane. Like, we went up, I forget what nation it was. I think it was like 12 something or 10 something or 11, whatever. And they came with like 80 people, and we have 20.
Yeah.
It's like.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
No, because that's
what happened to us against the duck sale guy and the other, you know, against that other team, whatever, 827. It's like we were like 30 deep, and those guys were like 85 deep, and it didn't matter that. I mean, they have a couple of nice cities in there, so I'm not taking anything away from them.
Yeah.
But overall, man, you couldn't do anything, and that's how 255 is. 255 slow walks in Polar, man. They don't spend anything.
They don't.
And if somebody tries to take their fucking tower, yeah, they're gonna spend a few speeds, and you're not gonna take their tower.
Yeah.
You know, and trust me, I've tried, and it doesn't work. And yeah, it's no fun fighting those guys. Like GFK has legitimately like changed their Polar War times because of 255. You know,
to be more competitive, huh?
I mean, it's not about being more competitive. I mean, honestly, it's cheaper for us to play 255 because I'll make a deal with them and, you know, and kind of split the board with them and give them capital.
Right.
You know, so it's a lot cheaper. But, you know, it's like the same thing over and over and over again. It's like, nah, man, I'll see if we can't find something a little bit different.
Bro,
And
we
then
always get teamed up, man. I don't know what it is. Polar and us. Like always.
Well, if imagine if Polar was just regular troop type that you already have, versus everyone having T-13s, and I think at that point it would be
that would make it a lot, But again, that's the Camel way of making everybody spend more because the C-36 wants to play with T-13, and they want those cool reports, and robble. So it's like, I get it.
Then you see him in Void, and it's all like bubble.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man. But I am excited for this head of state. We got 2 voids in this head of state. I think that's really cool.
So
I'm kind of pumped for this particular one a lot more than I was for the last one because it had 2 frenzies in it.
So let me ask you. Let me ask you now, because that was the next question I was going to ask you. Is that being that it is 2 voids, are you more likely now going to try to go with Frenzy 2, that center one, that round 2, knowing that you have to beat that round 2 to win it all?
I mean, and I don't say things like this like with with a chip on my shoulder, being cocky, but it's rare that we lose. So it's like one of those things where, like I forget one of the nations in the last bracket, but one of those little putzes, wanted to recruit a lot and all that stuff. So it's like, as long as you fight us on Sunday, like a majority, like 90% of the time, we're going to come out winning for whatever reason. I think we're just more active and we have, good cities. So we usually win, but it's the.
I think he cut out.
In frenzy. So it's like, I want everybody in 425 to save all their recruit and all their gas outside of opening up the boxes. Like, I want everybody to open the boxes, obviously, in the first 4 phases. But I don't want you to have 40 million monster in a frenzy. I think that's stupid for now, anyway. So I want people to save those recruits and the monsters because those are the 2 phases that you can really, tilt the first 4 phases in your favor. With a nation like 425, if they get up on us in the first 4 phases, I feel like most people are going to attempt to just shield it away and try and win it that way. So we attempt to negate that by making sure we win the first 4 phases and force you to play with us, unless you just want to lose, which is fine with us too. There's a couple of different little things in there, but no, I don't. As of right now, our leadership team, basically said, let's not change anything, and if we need to change something real time, where somebody wants to blast out recruiting 3 or 4 billion during like frenzy, it's like, okay, turn it up a little bit, everybody, but hopefully they'll let us get it, in fighting. So anybody who wins by the first 4 phases and then just bubbles is a bitch.
I agree. I agree 100% with that.
So let's just make sure that nobody's, I guess, and kind of just go from there. But no, we're not going to change anything right now.
That's why I was kind of upset when they took the ancient battlegrounds away. Is like, because you could sit there in frenzy and void and just stay bubbled and win it all. Versus the ancient battlegrounds is just like Chaosland. You have to fight. Like, that was your one chance. Like, literally, you could sit in your bubble the whole time, but that little time that you have to play for ancient battlegrounds can turn everything around. I think if they arrange the point system differently, so where people ain't getting 70 million points or billion points, I mean, it would be different. But I don't know. I think it. I just wanted to play it. I really wanted to play it.
Yeah, I never got to, see any of those things. I heard about it, from your streams and stuff like that, but I never even saw a video of it or anything like that. So, kind of is what it is. But I don't mind the, putting everything together and, and keeping the VIPs out of it by allowing you to know who you're going to fight. And you can almost dictate through the rankings who you're going to fight.
Yep. Who's going to win it all?
Yeah, it's like, hey, we want to play these guys. I would be okay, if I had a somebody in that group that I just really wanted to fight for whatever reason. Like I would lose an event just to make sure I met them so I could whip their ass. Like one of those deals. Because it's hard, to fight people that like to run their gutter. You know what I'm saying? So if you finally get bracketed with somebody who likes to run their mouth, you can, dictate, when and where you get to kind of meet them. So I like that type.
Kind of like how GC is. You can dictate how.
Yeah, exactly. 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 I
Dude,
get to kind of finagle the numbers and, play with it with a little bit of strategy and things like that because, whatever. It's fun that way. I like it anyway. It makes me think.
This is our bracket right now. So we have 616, which is Big Bad Wolf, coming up this void. They are.
Does
winning.
he still play?
He does. He does. He played
That's
it.
cool.
Yeah, he played in Chaosland. He actually got. He asked me not to put it in a video, so I'll have to edit it out. But he got hit. But then 732, well, you know them from Elite War. 744. 744 here is the only nation that's got a double merge already, so they come with numbers, and they got some strong players in there. 575. I don't even know who 575 is. Like, never even heard of them, but they're in our bracket.
5-7. That sounds like a Chinese nation.
It does, doesn't it? You know what? Why not check and see exactly who they are and where I can find them?
Yeah, it sounds like a Chinese nation. That's the only. I don't know. If they're not, then they're really trash.
Wait a minute, really trash because they're up against us, or because the difference?
No, just because no one's ever heard of them.
I was gonna say, damn.
You ever seen that Conor McGregor meme? Like, who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Like, yeah, same thing, right? It's like I don't know who that guy is. 575. Never heard of him.
Jeez.
And I think I'd like would usually hear about a Globe 5, Globe 6 team. Because I feel like the only people who's worth a fucking Globe 6 is Bodizi and 621. I don't feel like anybody else is really like a warrior nation much. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head anyway.
Well, let me see if we can pull up.
It's like 5, 6, 7, 6, 2, 1 is like the only people in that globe that are, I think maybe Ronaldo's in that globe still, but they suck at war events. They're only strong cities.
Okay, so 575 has had 2 mergers already. So we go in through 526.
Yeah, it's a Chinese nation.
Yeah. But I still need to see what they have. So if I said 526. Where are we? 523.
Yeah, fucking shout out to Mental X at 425. He's put us in a place where we just only fight fucking old nations now. We got Nation 33 this head of state. It's fucking trash.
Hold on, I just checked out 526. Maybe I did it wrong. It brought me to 550. Maybe it was me. 523. 4.
Up. Right above. To the right.
Okay. It was me. Alright, here we go. Chin. Yeah, you're right, Liga. They are. Is this a lock nation, though? It has to be, 100%. They got a lot of 39s. Huh. What's the biggest?
It's Chinese, right? Yeah, it's Chinese.
Yeah. Biggest PP is one. So they're all burnable. Every last one of them are burnable.
Yeah, so they're crappy Chinese nation. They're like the worst of the worst.
Maybe they're gonna fight. Maybe
yeah, that's CHN. I know CHN.
Maybe they'll actually fight.
They were decent in an Elite War like a year ago.
And then they just dropped.
Yeah, they're no good. But they don't know how to fight in a war anyway.
We never get them. We never get lucky enough to get them in Void.
And is that the youngest or the oldest nation you guys have is the 575?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how.
In 799, Ducky and Beast, they actually get to go against them in Void. We never get to go against. Yeah, we never get to go against the locked nations in the head of state or Void. We don't get that opportunity to fight.
Man, we're playing 163 in Void. That should be fun with the Potato Man, and we just whipped them up in Frenzy last week.
So they already know what to expect.
I mean, hopefully not. Hopefully we played it sloppy enough during Frenzy because we were just whipping them up pretty decent that they will, make a mistake. Like, we were waiting for them, man. We had such a cool trap set for them. Maybe they knew, who the fuck knows, but they were in Elite War, and they were like, I don't know, 85 plus deep in Elite War, And we thought for sure when they were done, they would come attack something, even if it was a tower, And nothing, man. They did absolutely nothing, The Potato Man came and putzed around to get some points for a little while, but I feel like that was about it.
So you feel that same thing's going to happen in the Void?
I don't know. I also feel like they tried to beat us in Frenzy via the first 4 phases, and I feel like everybody kind of spent everything in the first 4 phases. So, like, if you look at the screenshot I put in the thing, it's like we're already up on them. Like, I don't know, fucking couple 100 million, and we haven't even recruited yet. So. They're going to have to come to 425 for some points, man, and they got some fatty bo baddies. So if their shields drop, man, that's going to suck for them.
So 2.6 to 2.3, yeah. I mean, if you can keep that lead, you force them to come over to play.
I mean, Mental, I think Mental's still recruiting that fat fucker. So I don't know if he's trying to catch me, or I don't really know what his goal is for recruiting, but he didn't do nothing for Frenzy, and he's stacked up ready to punt some out for Void. So I'm only assuming he's going to drop $1.5 billion or something like that.
Well, let's say he might be saving that for when 44 hits. I mean, we're at the point in the game now where all the whales now, if you plan on going straight to 44, you're going to want to start saving your recruits so you can have that full fleet of the T14s.
Yeah, I pretty much told him to stop recruiting at like 450, but he kind of said that he wanted to be at he would feel comfortable at 550 with the nations that we fight, because, let's just call it what it is. I feel like 495 Mental was used to kind of fighting alone or really not fighting a lot, right? And, now he's in 425. That shield opens a lot more. And, so you wanted to be fat enough for whatever reason. But it's like, hey, listen, man, you got a team here.
Yeah.
It's not what you're kind of used to. Like, if you show that motherfucker, you got 40 plus guys coming to you, bro. Like, you ain't burning. And you're 500 plus million BP. You got to make a mistake and have your shield drop when, all the big guys are sleeping or something stupid. But if you're online and all you got to do is click that share button, bro, you're good,
Absolutely.
So he's probably recruiting a little bit, but yeah, I'm trying to get, especially myself, I don't even want to recruit right now. I'm right on that borderline of max troops. I got 43 million or something like that.
Yeah, last thing you're going to want to have to do is freaking promote them all.
Yeah, I don't want to promote, nor do I want to delete, because of the 50 million cap. So, I'm not trying to spend money to light it on fire, more than I already do. So
I find that when people go into Void and a nation has a big lead like that, they want to some of them won't stay bubbled. They leak. Like they get too overconfident that they got the win, and they end up losing a lot.
I mean, thank God 425 is not like that, or we'd be having some 357 civil wars going on. But no, man. I mean, like, yeah, I feel like there's always a shield drop or two, and it just happens, for whatever reason. I haven't really caught any by my own eye in 425 anyway recently. 357, has definitely had a couple randomly, but a lot of those guys don't have a lot of troops, so it's like the long and short of it is if they drop their shield, it's like 1.5 fleets, like, and it's not going to make or break the bank,
No,
but
not.
it still sucks. So who knows? Like we put ourselves in these positions where, if all of those points go in one direction, I mean, for us, whether it's recruiting or whatever the case is, I mean, again, I'm right at 43 million, whatever troops at my capacity, and I think 50 million's the cap. So if C44 is coming anytime in, say, the next 60, 90 days or less, or call it even 6 months, I'd like to not really recruit much outside of opening my boxes, until then. Just because, whatever, promoting and recruiting, all those things. But, I definitely don't want to be like the Ronaldo, deleting troops just to recruit them back. That just sounds fucking nuts.
That's what I was getting to. Like, if you got max troops of T13s, I can imagine what it's going to cost to promote them to T14s. I mean, that's. I
mean, you're almost better off just recruiting. Like for a guy like myself, I'm just going to recruit the T14s and leave the T12 there. As a buffer if I were to get hit, type deal, and then just recruit. Promote from within. But yeah, I mean, I got 7 or so million more troops to recruit, and I'm trying to hold off until the next tier comes, whatever that is. So I'm trying to get Mental to do the same thing, but I think he's wanting to get to that 550 mark. I think that's his number in his head, which is super cool for me, and the team. So let him. We're letting him do his thing. I'd almost feel like the last handful of months that he's been recruiting, a lot of people have just been able to be like, all right, well, Mental's going to drop $1.5 billion or so. So like, we don't really have to do much. And outside of that cat thing that recruited 3.5 billion, during the last void, I had to jump in there. I think that was the most I'd ever recruited. I recruited 600 million, points.
You're probably like, nah, this doesn't happen. I got to get involved.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to be down, 3 billion, you know what I'm saying, going into Void Sunday. And because that's what it was. We were down 3 billion. And after that recruiting. So I didn't want to be down that much. It just sounded like an easy Void win for him. So.
Well, yeah.
But I think I got a cool report for that prick that fucking recruited 3.5 billion.
Yeah, I did. I heard that you guys hit him and like
we clipped his ass and got all that back. We lost the whatever battle, but we got that 3.5 billion in recruit points back. Bitch.
You got that screen, that report that you can put up here? I haven't seen it yet. I heard about it, but I just haven't seen it.
Trying to find it right now. I got it puts around here somewhere.
So is 44 really coming that soon?
I mean, who the hell knows, man? Yeah, if he didn't get rain, yeah, that's what it was. He got reinforcements. If he doesn't get reinforcements, this guy's dead.
So the topic about 44 is this: if we go off the sister game that they have, and there's a certain timeline that they had it to where it is now. So we're assuming because of that game had it, a year or two before we do. Well, we are coming up to that year or two to where we should be having it. So we're assuming that it's going to come out this year soon. So.
Oh, you are? Okay. Because originally you were thinking, January, February.
Well,
in the beginning, but yeah, no, if that timeline has changed, that makes sense.
Yeah, and we'll be that. Also, you got to take into consideration of all the stuff that Camel's dropping. Why are they dropping it, and how much more can they drop? And when they get maxed out of the being able to drop stuff, well, there's only one thing else they can drop is a new city level. And the way they're dropping things, it seems like every other week something new's coming.
I don't know why. I don't understand why they're dropping so quick.
I don't know. I honestly don't know, but
it seems really fast. It seems like you're pushing a product really hard.
Yeah.
I mean, what they're doing is their members are down and they're trying to keep the same revenue. So the people that are spending money, they're trying to put more shiny trinkets in their face.
Yeah, but even then you're gonna burn out the bigger spenders just because you know what I mean? It feels like a game where you never catch up. Ever.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
You keep up.
You have to gratify people at a certain point. You know what I mean? You have to make customers feel like they've achieved something. At a certain point, without just always being a tease.
No, I mean you're not wrong.
I mean they don't have to. I mean I understand your view from the consumer level. It's not though. I mean, these guys are making billions of dollars.
It is and it isn't, but you're shortening the longevity of your business model.
So as long as they keep making new nations, there's going to be new people. It's just going to continue to continue to go on. It can continue to Nation 4000 because there's going to be.
I mean, it'll get there eventually. I mean, the problem is, I mean, you can see their numbers, and I feel like somebody recently dropped some cool numbers in the nerd chat, based off of their revenues, active users dropping, things of that nature. And, it makes sense, from a tech company and a business level and, just looking at it from a objective perspective. And, it's the only thing they really can do to keep the revenues, to the whoever's above them. Because they got a hedge fund that that says you need to do this, and the only way for them to do that with what they currently have is by putting more shiny trinkets in front of our face.
Let me ask you a question, as because you're a business owner, and you might understand this better than I do. The tariffs that hit China, do you think it's possible that the tariffs that hit China and all the businesses that went under, that this might have something to do with it?
I mean, I don't think so because it's a tech company.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think so either.
I don't think so, but let me, hate to go politics on anybody, but did anybody see this financial summit that happened in Saudi in the last 24 hours with Trump?
I heard about it.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Not to go Trump supporters and everybody, but now that I have an audience, I'm going to real quick. The fucking Saudi media is calling this guy the ruler of the world. Number one, right? Straight up. They're calling this guy the ruler of the world. Air Force One's flying in. First president since Reagan that had a fucking 3 fucking MiG jets flying him in, as support. This guy gets off the plane. There's fucking 15 Arabian white horses with fucking the Saudi military, President King military people, whoever the fuck they are, with gold swords. The king or whoever himself, whatever those fucking guys are, comes himself. It's usually like a lower level dude that comes and gets the president and brings him to the king.
Yep.
No, the king showed up himself and fucking brought Trump in, blah, blah, blah. And then, right, they start the summit. What's the name of the song? Oh, shit, man. I'm going to have to pull it up. There's a song that's like, proud to be an American. At least I know I'm free. That fucking song.
Yeah.
Right? Bro, he played the entire song, 3.5 minutes. Didn't say a word. Just stood there in Saudi Arabia, played the entire song, bro. And then walked up to the podium and started talking. Such a fucking G. Such a fucking G in every capacity, bro.
So
Unreal.
You're talking about, I can't play it because of monetization, but you're talking about like the summit they had right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, dude.
Yep.
Yes. Take an hour out of your life and go watch that. It'll make you proud to be an American for sure, man. Holy shit. I know there's a lot of non-Americans here, but, shout out President Trump. He's fucking doing his thing out there, man, for real. There's another meme because of this summit President Trump shaking hands with just about anybody that's like a tech company. Elon Musk was front row, the NVIDIA guy, Sam Altman from, whatever, the Chat GPT dude. Everyone's there. And there's a meme that's on social somewhere, and it goes something along the lines of, well, it's really easy to see what stocks you should be buying over the next 5 years,
You're not wrong. You're not. Well, I think this is the escort that you're talking about right here.
Yes, dude, look at that. It's crazy, but it's never happened, bro.
Yeah.
That is the Royal Army, those dudes on the horse, bro.
Yeah. I can't blow it up, but yeah.
I
I seen that and I was like, wow, damn. They also showed a video, and I get this is a game, and we're getting off topic, but they also showed that Putin kind of like bowed down to Trump.
To go back to your tariff conversation, right? Check this out. This is how much of a G is. Think about this, right? And, straight businessman. All those tariffs and all that shit with China that just went down, let me tell you that it's got zero to do with tariffs and the income that can potentially come in from tariffs. What happened is Trump said, no more, this is what happens. 2 weeks, everybody who gets all their shit manufactured in China didn't get their shit.
Yep.
Everybody took a big old L. Everybody took a big old nosedive. And not for nothing, it doesn't necessarily hurt the Chinese economy like it hurts our economy, because we're the fucking owners of the assholes that produce the shit there.
Yeah.
So what happens is Trump does this, right? Speed it up 2 weeks later. They crack a deal, whatever. But now every American business owner knows that at the drop of a fucking dime, their business, their income, everything that they do in China can go away in the swift of a fucking pen by this guy. So what does that do? It makes every American-born business owner that's getting their shit made in China that we have whatever issues with, it makes them find a way to either do it in the U.S. or do it with an ally to the U.S. It forces them to do it organically.
He put a tariff against like other countries that, okay, let's say China would send other countries' products to make it into the United States with a lower tariff. Trump figured that out a long time ago and tariffed them too.
Yeah.
So there was
places
no
where there's nobody there, right?
Yeah,
It's hilarious.
yeah. Like the guy is smart. Like he's really smart.
Super cool.
He's a
I
business.
want to watch it go down. I'm a big business mind guy and strategist, and the way he just whatever gets you on the back door, man. It really is cool to watch. I was sitting at dinner tonight listening to that speech. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, super crazy, super cool. Thank you for letting me share.
No, bro. I was more than happy to talk about that. Like that's been in the back of my mind for all past couple days too. So,
but no, the original question, I don't think any of that stuff's got to do with this tech company, man. And at the end of the day, like, I feel like anybody who comes into a 1,300, 1,400 nation, whatever the number is these days, is absolutely crazy to start spending money there, And I feel like that's going to be the downfall of their model, is they're going to have too much available. Anybody who does want to spend money in the game will see very shortly that it's so much and forever that they're going to become, bored of the game a lot quicker than the next guy. So
not
another dead 22 city.
Yeah,
and that's what happens, and they give you the mergers to keep you on the hook for a little while longer, and then if you're here 3 years later, they know that you're here, and they don't have to do anything for you, and that's kind of just how it works, in my opinion.
That's kind of how it. I hate to say it because I know I know all the Danish nations want to merge. I get that. But that's kind of how I see the way Camel thinks about it. Like, you're already here. How many years have you done this? Threatening to not spend, and doing this, and yet you're still here. Something releases, and they're still spending. So, like, I don't know if Camel's trying to call a bluff or whatnot, but do I think they need it? I do. But I also think that if they do, how would they match other nations up to them? For say, let's just use 219 as an instance. 219 merges with, let's just say, you guys 425. there's no one that you can compete against. Now you're gonna make a whole globe.
I mean that's not true though. If you take I don't know a 255 and merge them with 373, right? You know, or you know, like whatever, right? There's always an answer to that. So long as it's fair, you can bring up, you know, like let's put it this way. They could, in my opinion, the 50 GC nations in globe 1 to 4, and then the 50 GC nations in globe, you know, whatever. Like my globe ends at right around like 5 1/4. So there's 100 nations between 5 to 8, which is that Chinese nation.
Yeah.
Down to nation 1. There's 100 nations, right? Those are the last 2 GC brackets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's 100 nations there. They could easily merge. I don't want to say easily, but they could merge those 50 here and the 50 there. Call it randomly or whatever. And I think that would be fair. You know? Not to say that Camel has to give us a fair shot at anything, but the long and short of it is even if they did it over, say, 6 or 8 months, at the end of the day, if you know, gave everybody the same fair shake at things, then, you know, I think the community would be happy, you know? But I don't think their servers can support that because all the nations that are putzing around in those 100 nations that we're just talking about, they all have a fuck ton of active members in active cities.
And
Every one of them.
I think that's what I'm trying to get to is like, let's just say those 100 nations, they do find another nation to merge. Now you dropped it down to 50 nations, right? Now, I mean, the big argument is that they're sick of fighting the same people over and over again. If they merge those 50 nations together, you're going to be fighting the same people over and over again.
But that would be fun all over again because
for
now
a year,
you have, you know,
for a year, and then what? Like,
but think about it, man. They just need to keep the dangled carrot there. That's all they need to do.
Well, you're not, yeah.
You know?
In business specs, yeah, the carrot.
That's all you need to do, and that's all they care about. This is a business, guys. I mean, sure, it's fun for us and it's a community for us, but to them, you're a fucking stat on a piece of paper.
And I get that, but the way the way our nations up here think about it is like for you guys down there would be like, oh, that's awesome, that'd be awesome. But for the nations up here, if you guys have it, and also, you know, we have to fight you, which it will happen.
But you wouldn't be fighting us, right? Like that wouldn't be the case. I've
fought 385. I've fought 567. It will be the case,
well,
and eventually people are just going to quit.
That's your fault for getting too fat and having a big fat alliance to go up against Barry.
We're not that fat. That's the thing. We're not.
You have comparable cities. You know, you have comparable. You have comparable. You know, alliances. You know, like you're a one alliance nation. Sure, you have a second alliance there, but they don't really do much. They have the same thing over there in you know, in 385 with Todd or whatever that thing is called.
Your K138 is legit. He's getting fat fast.
Who?
K138.
Oh yeah, K138. He's getting real fat, real fast.
He's strong as shit too.
Yeah, he went from when we got merged a year ago, right? He was a 30. He was a 38. But he was only playing the game for a few months, right? And he came to second 41 right after me, and he was under 100. I think it was only like 60 or 70 million BP at that time, right around there. And he got hit in Void. The guy is like, and I was up like
I was there.
Yeah, Oster equipment.
No, I was in that Void, and I think I was defending him in that Void.
Yeah. The guy is, put it this way, I'm at 19.9. I'm literally teetering on 20, you know, for my officer power. He's gonna pass me within the next 2 months. He's gonna pass me probably in the next month. He's already passed me in my plane. Like the guy is just, and here's the kicker: he has a second account too. Right here, what is it? Boxing 138, another 38. That's his second account. With 80 million.
Why does he do that? Just tell him to fucking focus on one city.
He likes the game, and when he's not playing on his 138, like for say if he's maxed out on what he can do with the 138, his main, he'll jump into this and do exactly the same. He's building this like He even said he'll give this away to us a spender as long as when they're done playing it, he gets it back. But yeah, that's Hellfish. I don't
It
know.
might be me, Woody. It might be me.
That might be you. Well,
Yeah.
You'd have to talk to him about that.
I can't stand my nation, man. I can't stand it at all. I love the game, but I can't stand my nation anymore. It's so bad. So bad.
You'd have to talk to him about it. But
I bet you if you came to 357, you'd like your nation, you know?
Well,
in your nation, is that what you're saying, Woody? League God?
No, I was just talking shit. That's all.
Well,
Listen, I've been first, second, third for the last 3 years. And if you look at my debuff right now, I've got a reduction on.
He's in
737. I've got a debuff on recruitment speed.
Right here.
And I'm hated because I'm successful.
That's always fun.
When we got
Proud of
merged,
that, man. Wear that as a badge. Everyone.
when we got
keeps anyone
merged,
who's
we got merged with they decided to go with the second alliance. You know, like the second alliance instead of like the first alliance. So the two top alliances could have merged together, and then the two C41s could have been together. But instead, what they did is they made a backdoor deal that said that they were going to destroy my alliance, and it's been like nonstop hell since we've started the merge.
I mean, I kind of heard a different story. I heard that the deal was to have a super alliance, but you'd have to eliminate certain players, and someone didn't want to eliminate the players. And some of the bigger players that had more BP than they should, no one wanted to take what needed to be done and eliminate the troops. So at that point,
the
other 41 said, all right, fuck it, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
And that's the story I heard.
We should talk about it offline, I guess, or a little bit more. But yeah, it's not really the case. That's not really the case. But whatever. It's a lot of
good old nation drama. Gotta love it.
That's. And so you is Rip Sky? That's Rip City. That's Groot's old city, right?
Yeah, that's Groot's old city, and Groot's part of it too. Groot's part of the. They're getting into people's lives and people's personal lives and attacking people's personal lives, and like the women in our nation. Everybody's attacking all the women in our nation and saying like terrible, horrific like. You do this for blue coins, and you do that for blue coins, and
I mean, it comes to a point where you have to ignore some of the things. Like Lee God knows me; he's played with me for years. Dude, I have been called everything you can imagine. I have been Ram's nut hugger. I've been his cock. I've been everything for years upon years. Like there's just things you just gotta ignore and think about the actual nation and not an alliance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when there's so many people that don't give a F, if you don't give a F about the nation, man, like a lot of the people that, if the collective, I should say, don't give a F about the nation, it's, it's just like you're fighting a losing battle, man. And depending on, whatever situation you're in, I mean, it sounds, again, very similar to, 357, regardless of the drama of why it happened. Or, it's just like you got a bunch of people killing each other, you're probably losing events and all of those fun things. And, at the end of the day, like that's not a fun way to play this game, in my opinion,
Yeah.
So it's just like it becomes.
How do you stop it?
You don't, you don't. You move nations, like kind of like you were saying earlier, it's like those are the easy guys to recruit, It's like how we recruited Mental out of 495. It's like they don't have Civil War or anything like that, but they don't have the activity or the the fighters or or the other, people to support, the big guy out there. It's just like, what are you doing, man? You're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on this city, in a nation that just loses everything other than Triangle War because you blast golds everywhere. Like, that's not fair, bro. That's not cool. Come check out what we're doing over here in 425, and it's like, you'll have fun, bro. You get to kill some big shit, we do things together, we show up as a team, like those are the things that like make the game enjoyable, my opinion. And the reason, like kind of like what I said about 357, it's like it sounds similar. And the only reason I'm still there is kind of we started all this off is to kill the trolls.
And
Like
you got
if you
one of
think
them.
that
You got one of them.
if that Groot guy's out there talking shit, blah blah blah, man, kill that motherfucker, bro. Like that's and that's what makes the game fun again. You're just not going to win voids. You're not going to win frenzies or head of states.
Yeah, right.
You go get your merit and on an individual level, but your focus now is by killing those idiots. And that's what I do in 357 anyway. I get my merit, I have fun in the events and individual. I'll go to Triangle and get the top reward or whatever, and all I'm doing is just checking shields, brother. That's really all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, cohesion is more important than the large
took me
city.
3 years to get the one I looked for today, but it finally came.
So let me ask you something. What is the biggest argument that is being said in your nation in 737? Like why is there a war there?
I started a civil war because there was a lot of people who dropped bubbles in the prior nation that I was in.
Okay.
And we were trying to have rules, and I was giving these people I was the R6 at that time. I was the C41, and there was no one. There was the only other person was like a C37. You know what I mean? Okay. I was C41, so I was giving everybody else like the right to create their own rules. And all I was saying was, I just don't want us to bleed points. So we need to have some rules and some, so consequences and stuff like that for bleeding points, right? So they didn't really make rules. They didn't really end up getting it to a point where they made rules. And so when they were leaking points in frenzy, I would say things like, you guys better stop that because I'm getting frustrated, And then sure enough, it was like month after month after month. People were getting zeroed with like 55 million BP. They were just getting zeroed in void and frenzies. And I just got to a point where when they were done, I just silently waited, and then I zeroed them afterwards. And we started this big, huge civil war because of that. And so when we merged with 737, they ended up there were more of them over there. There were more of them in this other alliance, and so Rip decided to take them over me. And as a result, now we're at odds with one another. And so Rip has just been starting civil war. He said it on the phone with me. He's like, we're never going to be a GC nation. We're never going to be a anything nation. Civil war is just going to be what we do for fun. And that's how it's going to be, man. We're going to do civil war. In which case, I don't agree with him in that measure because, he acquired his city. He didn't build it. I built mine, so I kind of feel shafted a little bit,
So half the players in the game.
All the more reason to burn his ass. But hey, that's just my talk.
Yeah. I'm doing that. I'm doing what I can to do that. But they have see what he did was he had his civil war early. And so he had consolidated all of the strong players into his alliance. And so by the time he got to us, he got his consolidated nation, and then what he did was he acquired all these cities. And then what he did is he gave these cities to his friends, and he said, listen, this is my city, but you can play in it, and you've got to be loyal to me. So there's like 15, 20, 30 cities that are like the top cities in the nation that are all being sort of required to be loyal to this person, So it's a really interesting situation because I thought we were friends before we merged, and then when I showed up with a C41, we became like real quick like tough enemies, and it sucks. But you're right.
Have you sat down and just talked to them? Say, what is it going to take to just end this civil war?
Put the shit aside.
Oh yeah, this is what it's going to take. Me giving him R5 of the alliance, and me joining his alliance.
I mean, let me ask you a question. If that betters the nation altogether to do that, would it necessarily be a bad thing?
Yeah, it's I've asked people that because I made everybody vote on it. And it was I made every single person in our alliance vote on it. And so it was unanimous of every single person. I think there was like 93 people in our alliance or 94 people in our alliance at the time that took the vote. And it was unanimous. And it was unanimous because they have merged with other nations before, and they have that's what they do is when they merge with the alliance, they beat up the strongest, and then they beat them up, and then acquire their cities, and then lock them in. Like, hey, I'm going to give this city to you, but you got to be loyal to me, type of thing.
Who's got the stronger alliance? Not in city, but in like tech and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is my alliance was the strongest in tech. Because we didn't do Civil War forever. We didn't really do Civil War. We were really smart, and I was really benevolent, and I wasn't really hard on people, But it was like that last couple months that it was just like grating on me, and I was like, you guys aren't stopping. So I was like, we should zero these people first before we get into merger, so that they either learn a lesson or. But now they hate us so bad that they were like, hey, we'll merge with you guys, being 737. We'll merge with you guys as long as you promise to zero out, that alliance and make them like, like a farm alliance, So that's the deal. The deal is
that's not a way you want to go into a merger.
No,
it's
not at all.
It's like it's what's for dinner. I have no choice. It really sucks too because, like, let's say that I'm winning. And Rip doesn't have to. He doesn't have to struggle for the win. But now that we're at Civil War, I won't even play in an event. I'm not playing in any event. I'm doing exactly what Liga just said, and that is, I'm just not gonna play any events. I'm gonna do my individual merit, and I'm gonna focus on doing everything inside the nation. Which, it's just people are quitting the game. People.
Which nation is it?
Rip will say, "Oh, well, there's they're doing more and more and more." Well, not really. People hate it, and people in his alliance hate it too. They're actually saying that they don't want this, but they're afraid of leaving because they know what Rip will do. So they know exactly
Which
how
nation is this? I'm sorry.
737. So. Maybe I can have like a one-off with you, Woody, about some advice on it, but because I know these guys really well.
I know very well.
But like what Groot's doing is just, I'm telling you, it's terrible. Like it doesn't make me want to go to any nation. It just makes me want to stop. It makes me want to stop being part of the community entirely. Like, and I don't know why. I would, I don't know why someone would want that. It's all I've done is help them win. That's all I've ever done.
So I think you need to know a little bit of back history about that nation. Okay?
Yeah.
So a little back history about that nation is they gave a lot of points away. The smaller alliances, a lot of points away, bubbles would drop, and Groot would spend every penny, every freaking troop he had for a win. Okay?
Yeah.
Every
that was me.
everything he had for a win. And he got sick of it.
That was me in 725. That was exactly me. That's exactly why I wanted to merge with him, though.
Well, hold on. Listen. So he only had a choice because they didn't listen to him. They didn't care what he had to say. He only had a choice to burn them all.
Yeah.
So that's what he did. So when he came to a merger with you, he expected the same from you. If they, like, for instance, my nation itself, my whole nation knows if your bubble drops or if it's not up before that time, you're being kicked and burned. I don't care who you are. You can be another 41. You're being kicked and burned. So the R5 has to be able to do that.
Yeah, but we're not. There's no problem with that. We're on the complete same page as that. We're on the complete same page. No issues.
Then
if you drop bubble, that's what's up.
Then I don't see why Groot would be doing this if that's the case. I mean, if
Groot,
you're able
Groot
to
gave me an ultimatum. You know what Groot gave? You know what Groot said is he goes, "Give me your city, and you can go play in 7-Eleven. Give me your city, and then you can play in 7-Eleven." And I have all of this community of people that I know and care about, and I was like, I can't do that. I just can't. So he goes, it's either that or I'm coming. And he was in 7-Eleven, so now he's moving from 7-Eleven back to 737, and now he's got like this hard pressed thing for me now, you know? Him and Rip have a hard pressed thing for me now.
Oh, I know Groot's not moving away from 7-Eleven. He likes 7-Eleven. He's got a monster city out there.
Yeah.
I personally think you need to call him and talk to him man to man. Put things aside and just, other than giving a city away, you know, because no one wants to just give a city away. No one wants to be pushed out of a city or a nation by having to give their city away from someone. I get that part, but I think you need to sit down and have a talk with him about what the general idea of what your nation is supposed to be doing. Because obviously he ain't gonna stop until something gets changed.
Yeah, he's not gonna stop. That's for sure.
You know, he's a businessman too. You know, so I don't know. You're gonna have to talk.
So am I. So am I. You know?
I understand that you are. But I think you need to talk to him, like without Rip or without just you and him. Rip's gonna listen to what he says.
Yeah, I did, and that was the ultimatum that he gave me.
I don't
Well, the only other way to
talked to
do
him on
that
the phone.
is to have somebody else there that's a neutral party. You know what I mean? Just to keep the focus on the conversation of what's at hand and what actually needs to be done.
It has to be someone that's not friends with both you guys.
Correct. Somebody completely neutral that has no idea.
You don't want me being there. No, not me. But
because you're friends with Groot.
I'm friends with both you guys. So
yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. Like, it would come to the point where I'd say, guys, I'm leaving this conversation. Bye, and leave. And so someone outside the nation, maybe, I don't know, like someone like SMF or someone that understands what we're talking, or Big Bird, you know, hate to throw you underneath the
what
bus.
war is actually about. Yeah. They have to understand what civil war is, or the struggle, the power struggle.
And like, we got to realize when that happens, everything is gonna be put on the table. Like, if things that bothered him about you is gonna get put on the table, vice versa, you're gonna put that on the table too. That middleman has to understand it. It's gonna happen, and still be able to bite his tongue and be able to be like, or be like, both of you guys need to shut up for a second and listen. You know, like,
what's this other guy goal by doing that? What's his goal?
The deal was to just kill me so much that I quit and I sell my city.
Well, we don't sell
and
cities.
We trade. I don't know, whatever you want to do. Yeah, whatever you want to freaking call it, you know. Yeah. But that was that was part of the decision, I guess. Is at least this is hearsay, so I haven't confirmed it, but that's part of the transaction.
So I would stop you right there, and until you hear it from him, don't even acknowledge the hearsay, because that's how it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Go right to the source. I mean, honestly, go right to the source.
He's doing some personal stuff on Nation Chat. That's so like graphic. That is
that is his choice to represent him as a human being. Let him do whatever he wants.
Yeah. But I like what I'm saying is like it makes me not even want to. I don't even want to have a conversation with him. Like, I'm actually okay with just, you know, constant civil war forever because of what he said, because of what he's doing, because of how he's doing it. You know, like, I mean,
civil war is dirty. I mean, it is. We went through it for a long time. It is.
Yeah, I mean, when you reach into people's personal lives and then attack their personal life, you know, it's really wild. I don't know, but I guess that's the way it is, right?
Well, personal life, such as like, I don't know.
Your real life.
Yeah, that's
when already quitting came for you, you weren't happy about that. You know
no,
what I mean?
no, I wasn't. I did hold a grudge on him for years.
Yeah, you did. I don't even think you ever let it go. Actually,
no, I have no problem with him now. Like as soon as I moved to 736 and we had a void against him and I had our thing with him and I actually sat down on Discord and talked to him afterwards. For like a good hour and a half, and
yeah.
The way I
did he
thought
give you any
before-
justification for why he did what he did?
He sure did. But the way I talked before, you got to realize the people when you play this game. Let's say a 34 versus a 41, they think differently, dude. They really do. A 41 thinks about the whole entire nation versus a 34 thinks about I'm just gonna kill that guy. So like it's a completely different way of thinking. And I will admit he was a 38 38, and I was a freaking 34. So the way I was thinking was he's just being a dick, this and that, and fuck him, this and that. And I was that little 34 talking shit to a big 41. We all know where that goes. That was me. So once I became a big boy, I understood exactly what he was saying. I understood that like he burnt his nation and he was burning and talking shit, saying this and that, because it is related to what was going on in the game. I thought he was just being a fucking troll. But yeah, I was at 34, talking shit to the big boy on a YouTube channel. But no, I think you really do need to sit down and talk to Groot. Outside of the Viber, maybe talk to him. A mediator sitting in the middle of it. So when things do get hefty, it's not adding fuel to the fire on both ends, and because that's the problem is one person gets mad.
You need someone to pump the brakes.
Yeah, like one person gets mad, they say, "Well, f you on this," and that person's like, "Oh, really?" And now they're getting mad, they're saying "f you on that," and it just doesn't ever get no resolution from it, So it's
not productive.
It's not. Or both you guys leave both the alliances, go in the corner, and fuck off. Fight each other until you have no more troops.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it like that. I mean, that's my nation rule. If people got issues, both leave the nation, go in the corner, and fuck off. Like do what you're gonna do. Don't bring the alliance in it. But that's gonna be something. Yeah.
I mean, I'm completely blown away. Because it wasn't like I wasn't winning first, second, or third. It wasn't like we weren't. We were winning. We were winning all the time.
The only way it'll ever be successful is one of you lets go of your pride a little bit over a video game.
Yeah.
It's a video game.
So, see, I want to trust that whole thing that you're talking about here, okay? But all of the monsters of the other nations that have merged with this nation have said that he kicks them out of the alliance while they're sleeping and he burns them. So they'll be first, second, third.
I love that. I love that.
Let me ask you now. Did their bubble drop?
No.
At what point?
They were winning. They were winning first, second, and third. They were winning. These people were winning, okay? And so they were threatening him for first, second, and third spot, okay? They were threatening him. And so because they were threatening him, he would kick them out in the middle of their while they were sleeping, and the next day they'd be zeroed, you know what I mean? And then eventually, like, the strategy was do that enough to where they sell their city, and then they sell their city to somebody, and then eventually it gets to their hands, And so there's these people that were like, all right, I'm going to sell my city to so-and-so. And then sure enough, it's not actually so-and-so. It's actually Rip. He's actually owning the city now. You know what I mean? And so I was uncomfortable with making him R5 of my alliance. And my alliance is like a year ahead of him in terms of tech, like a whole freaking year, So I was like, why don't we merge together, and then eventually we can get these other people from this other alliance that are mad at me right now And the reason why they were mad is because they got zeroed, and the reason they got zeroed is because they were dropping bubbles. So it's weird because the same thing that Groot wants, like these people that are in his alliance right now are on their best behavior. They're on their best behavior, but they were the bubble droppers. And I was the winning recipe, or not me, but like the team that we had in my alliance were like the winning recipe for 3 years, you know? And we had the same winning record that Groot had. We had the same winning record, which was like 73% or something like that, which is pretty decent considering we were like a small nation, you know?
Right.
But we held our own. And so I'm thinking, hey, they'll merge with us, and then we can kind of we can corral everybody and get everybody together. But as soon as we popped into the nation, Rip was like, this is how it's going to be, and if you don't do exactly what I say, we're going to burn the shit out of you. And that just rubbed me the wrong way because I'm a businessman too. And there's like multiple millionaires out there in this world, and there's multiple billionaires out there in this world. You don't talk to a millionaire or a billionaire like that. That's not how you approach these people, you know? So when you talk to me, just talk to me like a business person. Give me the rationale behind why you're wanting to do what you're doing, but don't tell me how you're going to do it. If you want me to go along with what you're doing, kind of help me understand why. And then when there's all these other people that are behind the scenes telling me, yeah, don't give him R5 because he's just going to kick you out of the alliance and he's gonna burn you and until he can own your city. And then sure enough, like Groot positioned that whole thing to me like, hey, give me your city, and then you can play in 7-Eleven, and you know that's the way the deal can be. And that completely rubbed me the wrong way because it was like me just giving up. You know, I just hated the idea. And if I'm going to give up, then I might as well just give up the community entirely. And I feel like, you know, like that all my work and all my effort. I mean, imagine Lee God, you're like the shiz in your nation, right? Imagine everybody in your nation is like, we don't want you, Lee God, anymore. And you've got like 20 core people, 20, 30 core people, but then everybody else in the nation is like, nope, we're just gonna eat you. And every opportunity we have, we're gonna kill all your little troops. Every time you do your dailies, we're gonna speed into this, we're gonna speed into that, and I mean, you do your best. You know, like you do your best to kind of like control it as much as you can, but you're slaughtered every day. You know, you're exterminated every day.
So you're in our R5 alliance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
yeah.
Your first mistake was that you put it up for a vote for everyone else to have a say so.
Why?
Because an R5 don't do that. An R5 tells the R4 how it is. And the R4 is the one that makes sure it happens.
About giving someone else R5 of the alliance?
When I came in at 736, I was R5, and I stepped down and gave it to Obaid.
Yeah,
and honestly, he runs it a lot better than I probably could.
Yeah.
That decision of an R5 is the R5's decision.
Yeah, like they're in R4 only literally comes up with solutions, and the R5 makes it his final decision. R4s make sure it's followed throughout the alliance.
Correct.
That's the way it should be. The R5 should never be asking, "What do you guys think?" and then take a vote for that. Because it honestly, it is not their decision. It is your decision and your decision only. Like for instance, Lee God would never, ever say, "Hey guys, take a vote on this and let's see if we're going to have civil war or not." No, he's going to say, "Fuck it, we're having civil war," or no one fucking attack, or say sorry to someone in the nation chat. That's how he is. That's what R5 says. And the people that don't do it, that's when you have to stand up as an R5, kick and burn them, because you have to set examples of. Think of it as a military, like the.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about that. But the issue is that the people were upset that I was doing things without. They were like, anytime you do something right, and you don't have counsel with people, then they're like, "What are you doing?" You're like, "You don't even care about what we think. You don't care about our opinion." And
nope,
you know,
nope.
And I'm like,
nope, that's on them.
Nope.
Sorry,
don't give a shit.
That's
the whole reason why I was at Civil War with this other nation. By the way,
alliance. You're the R5.
That's the whole reason, by the way, that we were doing kick and burn. We were going into civil war in the first place in my old nation. We did exactly that. We were like, oh, we're going to civil war because these guys are dropping bubbles and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're bleeding points and things like that, right?
That's 100% correct.
Well, now they hate us so much that they've decided to like fall under the wing of Rip with the incentive of we'll do anything that you say, Rip, but as long as you kill TBL and as long as you kill Retap off the server, you know, and get him out of here. Get him out of here.
How
So,
well is this alliance? How well is this alliance
NA,
doing
dude?
in events?
What's up?
How well is this alliance doing in events?
Well, without me, they're losing all the time.
Oh, fuck them.
Not me, but without a concerted
send them a
effort.
message and let them know. Let them know when you want to start winning again, and then just go fucking do your thing. Fuck them.
Yeah, that's all in nation chat.
Guys
All of
gonna
that
try
stuff's
to
in
push you out to get rid of your city. That's ridiculous.
Right. It's like, well, that's everything you just said is in nation chat. But what was the other question of like
Who's your MA?
my MA?
Yeah.
What's that?
Who's your R4 military advisor?
Oh, my military advisor?
Yep.
That's me.
Who's your R5?
That's me.
Okay, you need a military advisor.
Yep.
Correct.
You need a military advisor to enforce those regulations that are set forth within the alliance schedule. They need to show up. They need to do their thing. They need to follow the nation rules. And if they don't, military advisor takes action. You should not be doing both. That's too much work.
Correct.
Way too much work.
And if that person doesn't want to do it as the military advisor, next.
Exactly.
Well, the interesting thing with the military advisor is like all my R4s do that. They're all doing the kick and burning. Like if people aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, like all of the R4s, I sort of are conglomerately doing that role. I don't have to do any of that I don't have to do any of that stuff myself.
But even in title, you shouldn't be that. You're not the CEO of a company and the mailman.
Yeah.
CEO and the COO and the CFO.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nope.
I'll tell you this. I had a lot of aggravation because I grew so fast and so many of these guys were just stuck farming. So I beat the shit out of them, and I won't lie to you, man. We had so much politics about, hate on me and all that stuff. I worked my way into R5 and I became silent and I stayed out of nation chat. I stayed off of alliance chat as much as possible. And slowly I've watched the dynamic change to where everybody had their focus on the entire alliance that I'm R5 of, to where now I'm seeing, we got farmers against our number 2 alliance, or farming alliances against the number 2 alliance issues now, and everybody's kind of rolled on and let things go. But if you play a super active role in every single thing that's said, you've got to chime in on it, or every single time somebody's got something out, every time somebody has something wrong with the rules, you're the one fixing it. You have no choice but to be the one, to be focused on. You got to run it just like a business. I'm the guy at the top. I own the shit. I paid for it. And when I show up, it ain't usually going to be good for nobody.
Yeah.
And I'm silent until then. 2s and 3s and 4s, they all report to each other, and ultimately up the chain of command is just should be an R4 bringing an issue to you. They've looked into it. They've made clear of what the facts are, and then they're just basically asking you what you would like them to do. But R4, R5, yeah, fuck all that.
So like in my nation chat, I don't post. I post what the rules of the nation, and I don't change them. It is what it is until the next merger, and then it get changed. I don't use
that's fine.
in nation chat.
Wants to put it out, yeah.
But I will.
Woody, where is there a message from your R5 in the nation chat?
Hold on. I was the R6, but right here, hold on, right here. I made the rules, and everyone in the merger, the R5s, not the R4s, just the R5s, they agreed to it, and I made simple rules like even the farmers, I don't know how to explain it. They were so simple and bland that it gave everyone an opportunity as long as they didn't drop their bubble during void, and it's been respected since. Like I don't have a problem with the rules, but I also don't post in Nation Chat my own opinions or anything like that. I will read other people's discussions, and if I see one of my people get out of line, I will tell them delete that and stay out of Nation Chat. Like,
we do the same
you
thing.
are like you're in the wrong. Delete it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a lot of that. Like I don't want anybody talking mad, religion, personal stuff, and everything else. But now, since the civil wars happened, it's like they're attacking people in ways that are so, like, they're looking them up on Facebook, and boom, they're attacking their personal lives and posting pictures as avatars and stuff like that. And it's ridiculous.
I'm in 1025, so I'm in a fairly new nation. But what we eventually did was we came up with a top 2 structure for the nation, and then through that I came up with, all right, nobody in the top 2 alliances, you can't be in Nation Chat airing out problems and posting attack reports and shit like that. Like that stuff has to reach, if there's going to be a big disagreement, that's the understanding. It has to go to R5, and then me and the other R5, of course, we've got Discord, and we talk things out, and we don't always see eye to eye. They try to play very sneaky, try to read between the rules, and and then try to make new ones out of it. But you could write a 30,000 page rule book and somebody would still try to find something to fuck with here. But yeah, no, we just stick to it. I don't care what it is. It has to go through the 2 R5s. They've got to have an agreement on it, and then we can move forward. And I mean, shit, I can get them to literally disassemble whole entire farm alliances so that we can accommodate moving one of our alliances to strategically place a tower or something like that. So it's worked out pretty good. But I can tell you this, as far as hate, man, I sure had it. It's took about 4 or 5 months, but you could get it turned around. But you have to stay out of the Nation Chat and Alliance Chat and focus on the politics and private emails.
That's why I hate R5. Like, some people say there is no such thing as an R6. I get it, but
there is.
The biggest person with the biggest swinging dick is the person that calls the rules. And like Lee God earlier said, like, if you are that person, you can't just like throw your dick around and swing it and be an ass, because eventually they get burned. But for say, if like my R5 Obeyed has something to say, he'll run it past me, and if I say yeah, sure, why not, then it's cool, like. But if I'm like, hey, you might want to really think about that first, then he won't even bring it up. He already knows I'm all for the nation. My second rank alliance, they're so in tune with how the first rank alliance is that we're like, if there was 200 spots, we'd all be in the same alliance, kind of deal. It's just there's just not enough spots. I seriously think you need to sit down with Groot or Rip, whoever it is, and talk to them on the side with no side chats. And you're gonna need a mediator.
I did, man. I did.
But
did
you have someone in the middle? Call them both, you guys.
No, I did. I definitely didn't have that.
You need it.
Yeah, you're gonna need it because.
So I guess what's the quick recap here? He said either join him or burn, or how'd that work?
Yeah, it was either give me R5 of your alliance.
Actually, I did the same thing.
Yeah, Groot said, "Give me your city," which came with R5. Yeah. Give me your city, and then you go play in another nation. I'll give you his city in C40, his C41 in 711. And he's like, "You go play over there, and then I'll take your city from now on.
Is he American?
And then, yeah, he's American.
If you talk to him on Discord?
I've talked to him on the phone.
Yo, you talked to him on the phone.
Yeah, we were friends once upon a time, you know.
So
and he didn't break character at all. He's stuck with give him your city in R5, huh?
Yeah, he's stuck with that.
So
and he's like, and I'll keep all of your people protected. I'll take care of them, you know. I'll make sure that no harm comes to them, that type of thing. And then you go play in 7-Eleven because you'll have a good time.
That's what I'm really worried about is everybody else when I'm talking about getting rid of my city.
Well, that's the whole reason why I've got that fight in me, because there's so many people that are like, they're like, you're the best leader. You're like, you give us a voice. You know, like I like having women in leadership. I like a lot of the things that League God talks about. I'm really like right there with them. You know. So I feel like women have really good intuition. I feel like they know how to handle things a little bit better than men in some cases, you know? So I like to have equality in like 5 women or 4 women or 3 women. You know, I like to have some onset of women's voices in the nation. And so I think that rubs some people a different way, and I don't know. It's just not working out right now.
So
it's
Peter,
not working out for me.
Recap. So I just got a text message. Groot is watching this stream as we speak, and he said that he told you to take a break to go play on his city in 7-Eleven, and he'll play on yours and get everything straight in the nation. And you didn't want to, and he said he didn't understand why. But you went and talked to Cowboy talking bad and decided to kill him like he was doing for no reason.
Yeah,
okay,
I did talk to Cowboy. I did talk to Cowboy.
Retep. I want to jump in real quick and tell both of you what you need to hear. Hey, first of all, he's reaching out via text. You guys have a lot more to talk about.
Yeah.
So just leave it at that and get back to him immediately. And then, if anything, step down as R5 and go fight with them. I mean, I could tell you for sure, running the nation is trash. That's being R5, a buff that comes along with it. Who gives a shit? I mean, we can get around that, but you guys can work something out. I think there's just a simple misunderstanding.
And here's one thing: you keep talking about your alliance and their alliance. At a certain point, it's about the nation. Like seriously, It's a weird place to get to. Talk about that, but eventually it has to get to that.
Well, that's
you have to talk about the
That,
nation.
you know?
You're not. The whole thing is included. No, all the farmers, everybody is.
Yeah.
You know, and there has to be rules, and everyone has to follow them, and that's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, the top alliance runs the whole damn nation, and then there's a bunch of damn people who just happen to have R5 position and a bunch of other alliances. Clearly, if he's the top guy, then it's definitely in your best interest to try to figure out some way to work with him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm friends with you guys both. So that for that reason, I can't be in the middle. Just like I tell my boy Grimreefer and Darkness here when they're in their little disputes, I'm not getting involved. You're both my friends. Sorry, you're gonna have to fight it. You guys are gonna have to argue it out with each other. Like I tell them both that it is what it is.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what? Here's a little caveat to 1025. Really, our big guy is Tiger, and he's our R5. But you know, Woody hit on it a little while ago. Technically, he's our R6, and then you know everybody's definitely working to try to keep everything together and make some people happy. But basically, you know, he's our C41. He can run around and bust everybody up, me included. So. You know, we just kind of follow his directive, and hey, we need a merge. We need more active players, and we need to make sure that we have good guys on our team, regardless of our team size.
I will say one thing real quick. Hold on. Let me say one thing real quick. If you have a discussion with Groot or Rip, and things are kind of like going well, and if you have someone in your alliance is trying to ruin that, kick and burn that person. I'm just saying that's the
my
person.
People will do exactly. The only issue about that is that they're attacking people in our alliance. They're attacking some of the young women in our alliance.
Don't even pay no attention to the women, male. That's
let it go.
It's a war game.
It'll go away.
If you're in Civil War, right now, bubbles should already be up. So if the bubble's not up, I mean, it's open game. I mean, that's the kind of thing it is. Like, for instance,
What are you talking about?
You said you guys are in Civil War.
Yeah, but I'm talking about. Are you talking about like all the things that they're saying in Nation Chat, whatever?
What I'm talking about is Civil War. Yes, will bring the nastiest out. It brings the bad out of everyone. Okay.
Yeah.
But you can't just look at every single thing that everyone says and take actions for it, because you don't know what kind of personal messages that were said, not on Nation Chat. Okay. So, and if you're saying, well, the girls are being attacked, for city-wise.
No, Groot is attacking their virtue. Groot is attacking their, like, telling them that they're sucking dick for blue.
Report to VIP, dude.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
I mean, I don't want to.
He's such a spender. He's such a spender. He's gonna get to do whatever he wants. You know what I mean? So, I mean,
I don't.
Besides all that he's doing, the only part that I'm still trying to figure out about the whole conversation is why he's asking you to give him the R5 and also leaving to another nation. That's the part I don't understand.
So this is what everybody says, actually, because this has happened in other nations that have merged with him.
But that's why I was asking before. That's why I was asking before. What is his goal? Because one thing is asking you give away your R5. Okay, fine. You know, let's figure out a plan that you can keep playing and keep doing the things you're doing for the nation or for the alliances or whatever the case is. You keep playing because you're someone that I'm not gonna be. For example, if it were me, I wouldn't want you to let you go to somewhere else. You know, I want you in my team. You know, you're putting your efforts, you're fighting and all that stuff. Why I'm gonna be asking you to fucking leave? That's the part that doesn't make any sense.
So I've been told that, and excuse me, Groot, if you're listening to this, but I've been told by other people that know his community that they get a bind that no one else has a bind to. You know how, like, in Russia and other places, you can have these different devices and have different binds to different social media websites and so different things, you know? Well, they'll bind it in a certain way where they always have their access to the city. They always have their way of getting back into the city, type of thing. And so they kind of own the city from that point on, if you know what I mean.
So the only thing out there that does that is BlueStacks. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't. No one has access to my city. No one ever has, and so I feel good about.
Don't ever do that.
No one's ever.
That's the way how it's supposed to be. You know.
Well, that's
you're the one putting. You're the one putting money in that city. You're the one who developing the city. It doesn't make any sense. So that's why I was. I will say, okay, listen, man. Let's talk about it and tell me what's your goal. So what's the main goal? What are you trying to achieve by doing this? Okay, right. So if we get to an understanding, then maybe we can keep further the conversations, and we can figure out a plan for everyone to be happy. Because at the end of the day, call it whatever, but it's at the end of the game. It's a game. So. And you're not gonna put out someone from the game where you're spending your time, your efforts, money, and everything. So it doesn't make any sense, right? So you want R4 from my alliance? Okay, fine, you're gonna get it. But what's the goal, all right? So and don't ask me to leave the two other nation, because that's not gonna happen.
And that's what I told Cowboy. I told Cowboy, I was like, I'm sorry, but I can't. And that was the trash talk that was happening.
I think we lost them, guys.
Yeah, we lost him for a second.
Yeah. You probably got a phone call.
Yeah, no, he definitely sounds like I did, several months
Hopefully
ago.
it's Groot calling him.
No. That was an alarm that was going off. But okay, so that's
Is that another alarm going on?
What up? Is he snoring? I don't get it.
It's your boy Barry.
Is that Barry?
Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, Barry?
How you doing?
All right. Are you here? Are you hearing what's going on in here?
A little bit. I've just been listening and cleaning.
So they're
I'm hanging around.
Oh, by the way, Barry, congratulations on your baby.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, congratulations.
Yeah, she's a little sweetheart. She's sleeping right now, I think.
Well, don't
Pretty sure she's sleeping.
Don't talk too loud.
Oh no! I'm walking out there around the house, so you're good.
I know how it is. We got to tiptoe around the house. Get that.
Oh no! She'd be sleeping like a rock.
Nice.
Hold on,
You're in the garage having a phone conversation, so you don't wake them up.
I've been there.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
Damn sandwich.
She's adorable.
Wow. Thank you.
So let me ask you real quick, and I know this is off topic. The second she came into this world, changed your life like altogether, didn't it?
Bro, it was a wild ride, to be honest. I seen the whole thing happen, bro, and I'm terrified of blood. So yeah, it was a wild experience, but yeah, a lot of love immediately.
Yep.
It's the first time you ever experience unconditional love.
Yep. Absolutely.
I can agree with that for sure.
Like my son, I got to watch my son getting pulled out of my ex-wife's stomach. I'm not, dude. I was the one kind of fainting, kind of deal, right? Like, and the second I seen my kid, it was like, fuck the world. Anyone touch him, I'm gonna kill. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah,
like gorgeous.
Yeah.
I was loved unconditionally at a massage parlor one time.
Wow.
I don't know if you're going to keep it in the chat for too long, though. You know how some people can be. Take a screenshot and make the baby talk.
Odd.
Trust me. It's just a game. Anybody got some little edits they want to make to the photos, that's on them. The fucking infant.
I'm on my way.
Yeah, I mean,
I would see if I did it. If I did it, it wouldn't be a bad thing. It would be like,
yeah,
you know how.
I wouldn't expect anybody to be anything malicious on it,
No, beautiful.
You could make it into a sweet profile pic with a good warrior helmet or something.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, get her a city. Get it working.
Yeah.
Nice little C41 for her. I've been busting some ass.
You can give her your C41, and you can support it.
At the current state of this game,
she will have a nicer city.
Oh yeah. At this current state though, it's been boring lately. You guys been bored up on this?
Dude,
or is it just me?
Camo has matched 736 up with monster nations in this head of state and Chaosland. Like all these nations, you know who they are. Like 616,
bro. I've been playing the same nations for 3 months in a row now.
The same nations for 3 months? Yeah, that's kind of boring. That's really boring. Oh, I think we lost Barry. Or is it me? Is it me? Anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good, dude.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
No, but yeah, I know what you're saying, Barry. When I was in 373, that's what was happening. It was one of the reasons why I got out. But yeah, we got 616, 732, 744, whatever the hell these are, 799, 796, 785. I mean, you go from Big Bad Wolf to Archie to a whole bunch of freaking 41s and 40s, down to Beast and freaking Ducky. Oh, wait, hold on. Polar Bear. And then why not Holbrook and Vegas? I mean, come on. Like, what the hell, Camel? Don't give us something.
You said you wanted a challenge.
Yeah, not that kind of challenge. Like, come on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, dude. I don't know how much longer like I can keep playing like this though. They need to change it a little bit. Something. Give us something new.
I agree 100%.
Dude, I will play the older nations at this point. Like, give me like fucking what's the 219 at this point? Like, bored.
219, huh?
Dude, just something, just a change in pace. Like, this is like it's repetitive. It's getting to the point where it's like, dude, it's just farming phases now. It's coming down to.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
It's like it's so boring. I honestly, I don't know. And like, bro, I don't even want to sit here and keep complaining, but I just wanted to say that. Are you live?
Yes, I am.
Oh, all right, my bad. Yeah, that's my bad.
No, it's okay.
That's what I was concerned about.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Well, I said my piece. I've just been bored as hell, man.
I mean, that's not a bad thing to say, because I mean, Camel watches this and they take some things that we say into consideration and they try to do something about it. Like, for instance, I get it. Everyone's like, oh, well, they dropped all this officer equipment. Now all the whales are going to get super strong. And I get it. Yeah, they are. They
really are. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. But it also gives that
guy hit me the other day with 2,419 LRA. Like, bro, what?
2,400.
And like,
Jesus.
Yeah, 2,400 LRA and 2,500 melee HP. Like, bro, I put my phone down. I wanted nothing to do with the game.
You're like, whoa,
bro, leave me alone. Like, and I'm not a weak city. This dude just soloed me like it was nothing. Like I was just some flop in the wind. Like I was a farm.
Was it Frenzy?
No, absolutely not Frenzy. I don't get slapped. I'm a rare hit.
Right.
Very rare hit. No, I think it was like Iron Blood or something.
Oh, okay. One of those things.
It was, but just absolutely dogged me. And I wasn't playing in my city. I was playing in Shades.
Jeez.
That's even more of a reason to be like, what the?
Yeah,
Shade's not weak at all.
No, he's not. No, he's
like,
not.
bro, what? Yeah, it's out of control. The stats have just gone crazy. I remember when it was like mind blowing to see like 1,800 LRA. Now we're looking at 2,500.
Yeah,
25. Yeah, pretty much 25, 24, whatever you want to call it. I think it was like Ayataka, Kaya, whatever from 374.
Oh yeah, 374 Ayataka. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I can't believe some of these things. Like, the stats are crazy. Like, that's me. This is me unbuffed. 2085 and 2031, unbuffed. But if I buff up, I'm like 2110 or 2120. But it feels like this is kind of a daily spend, like a daily bill. Does anyone else feel like that?
100%.
No catch-up periods at all. Like, you think you can rest and then boom. Like, for instance, like,
it is constant.
Yeah, for instance, Shade's been inactive for 2 months. Not inactive, but like he's dealing with some family stuff.
Right.
So he's been out for 2 months. Bro, I mean, 2 months has put him back dramatically. Like, I'm talking like, bro, people that could never touch him in their uranium mines are like throwing him around.
Jeez.
There's just 2 months. That's all it was. That's all it takes. 2 months.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, dude. You are not wrong. I remember where I was the strongest city in my globe. Now I'm not. I am not anymore. They just and it's not the fact that I'm not spending, because I am. It's just I don't got that deep of a pockets like they do. Like, they got pockets.
Oh, I know. I've been seeing it. Like, I've seen somebody with like 25 million officer power.
Yeah. And
like, bro, what?
I'm struggling. Dude, I'm struggling.
Bro,
Just to try to get
15. I thought I was I thought I was something serious at 15. I was like, damn, bro, I'm up there. And then I realized, like, bro, I'm at like the medium, like the median lately.
You check out the strength analysis now. You remember where
and the what?
Are the strength, the overall strength of your city, the recommendations.
Yeah.
You remember when we can actually be outside that corner of the officers? Now we got like a fucking mile to go.
Oh yeah, it's crazy, bro. I was looking at the other day the strength analysis. I was like, bro, what is going on, dude? I got so much to go. It's crazy. And my city's, but my regular city, my actual city is like not by any means weak. It's like I'm still pushing 18 plus LRA and almost 1600 melee HP. I mean, I'm definitely not a weak city, but like Jesus Christ.
Some of these guys, man, overnight, like straight overnight, become a whale.
Yeah. Nuts, dude. The officer equipment just blew everybody up.
Oh, I'm wondering what's
I think they need to fix the lag time.
Agreed.
Like, the lag time is the issue. I think they need to, like, if people are maxed for a while, that's okay as long as because it gives other people time to catch up. If you introduce things so fast that there's no chance to catch up ever, you're going to start bleeding middle spender players, higher level spender players, and there's only so much a single player can spend in 1 month. A handful of not lower level, but mid-level, high-level spenders, they're spending as much as a single mega whale. And when you don't have any lag time to the point where it's like there's no way to catch up, even spending thousands of dollars a month, that's crazy, and it's going to kill the game. If you kill the class of middle spenders, like if that drops out, then the game dies.
Agreed.
Yeah, you lost the game because like right now it's already like if you don't have a whale to counter a whale, dude, you lose every battle. You're not like no matter what, they're gonna win, whether it's in points. Like they may not win the battle, but they're gonna win in points every single time. It's crazy. Like you cannot combat a whale without a whale at this point. Like you need one. Like I watched like I didn't play against 379 and the frenzy we had against them for like the finals for the head of state or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. And like I did see like the reports and it's like going up against like Marcus was nearly impossible without Shade being updated. It was like, dude, what is going on right now? Like it's tragic. It was like, dude, this is like absurd. Even with numbers, it was like, bro, there's no fucking way. It's become way too dramatic now with the stats that just overpowered. Their troops aren't dying, like their titans are surviving forever and they're just eating alive. It's just too much. The statistics are absolutely out of this world.
I think
right. Also too, like there needs to be some plan communicated about mergers for the older nations, because if there's never going to be a merge and you're going to be stuck playing the same people over and over, there's no meaningful goals that you can set. There's no growth that you can have. You're just going to keep bleeding players.
It's already happening at a rapid pace.
Exactly. And I think that short term, like Camel's probably seeing the money that they get from opening new nations as compared to the older nations. I think a lot of nations, listen, if you gave them something to fight for and something to be excited about, you might see the spigot turning back on for a lot of these nations to start spending. But right now it's like it doesn't appear to be a plan in place, and it doesn't appear like mergers are ever going to happen. And when people lose hope like that, they're just going to start quitting.
Facts.
That is facts.
Honestly, I would prefer them being straightforward, us and just coming out and say whether they plan to do it or they plan not to do it. If they plan not to do it, I can plan well far in advance and be like, okay, well, then I don't see a future in this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to keep spending and wasting my time into something that is going to be useless. You know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna be stuck playing just like how I am right now, I don't want to continue. Personally, I don't want to play this and be stuck for 4+ years. Like let's first say like 52 stuck for 4 years. Like nah, I don't want to ever be in that position. I'd rather just jump ship now.
And you're not
Personally.
alone in that. Like there's a lot of people that feel that way.
You're not alone as well. I'm like I've been thinking things too, man. Like
seriously, it's just not worth it. Like if they slowed the game a little bit down in terms of releasing new stuff, maybe that could be a little bit of a like, all right, this is a calming phase. Like I can kind of relax a little bit in here and kind of just do what I want to do. I wouldn't feel pressured. You know what I mean? But like there's no relaxation. Like they drop new officer equipment, then few weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks later, they drop a whole new officer. It's like, bro, what?
Yep.
What's happening, bro?
Freya came out.
Doing?
Freya came out 3 months ago, and now we got freaking what's her tits, Emily.
I don't even know what this new officer is, dude. I haven't even really looked at her, dude. It's like, it's out of control.
She's a robot. Like,
I think it's a bit much. Like, it's crazy at this point. I've seen it being bad, but like I can already see it now. It's like they're gonna do all this, and then come October, boom, a whole new city level.
You know,
that's the type of vibes they be on.
That's what I'm thinking, honestly, dude. Like
at this point, it's like I feel like this gives me the feeling that they're squeezing every last bit of juice they can before they realize they fucked up on their game, and they're about to like basically just let it go downhill. That's how I feel about it.
I hope not, but I mean, other games have done
I hope not
exactly
too,
the
but
same way.
But that's how I feel about it.
Closer to reality.
Like
somebody will buy it and cut the price of everything in the store. We'll be right back into business. Don't worry.
I don't think so.
I mean, that is a possibility. A lot of these games do get bought by other companies. Whether the price gets cut or not is a completely different story. But I mean, it's possible. For instance, let's just say a multi-millionaire, or we'll just say billionaire, plays this game, loves the game, and Camel decides to freaking just pull the plug. They might just be like, fuck that, I'll buy that shit from you. We're not pulling the plug. And
that's the thing. They would never pull the plug. They just stop updating it as much.
Well, but then I guess we have if they stop updating, I guess then we have the little grace period catching up.
Well, like when I say like updating it, they're gonna squeeze every ounce of you while they're doing it. But like if you already noticed, like bro, it's already getting slow. They're doing like the events that they're coming out with. They're flawed. A lot of them are flawed. It's not like the old times when they first came out. Nothing was flawed when they first came out.
I agree.
Like it was hard.
There's just it just feels different. If you've been playing for a while, it feels different than it used to. I guess that's what I'd say.
It's fast right now. Like I'm at the point where I'm strong enough to where I don't have to continue to spend, or I don't even want to, honestly. Like I don't even want to log into the city sometimes because I know the second I go in there, I'm gonna go right to that market. It's an addiction.
It is, but the end game's horrible. I mean, honestly, at some point you're just gonna walk away. I mean, all of us are.
Yeah. See, I hate to be that Debbie Downer. I just want to be realistic about it. Yeah.
No, we all know one day we have our day. It happens. It happened to me when I was playing Clash of Clans, and what did it was this game. 8 years down the drain from Clash of Clans, where I've already deleted the game off my phone, and I started playing this game because of the tower defense ad.
I think that was the greatest marketing scheme of all time.
right at 2020 when COVID hit. Right then.
Yep, it was perfect.
It was perfect timing because no one else. You didn't have anything to do. You're trapped in your house, doing nothing. So what do? You play a game, build. I'm wondering if like SimCity is something like this, other than the whole attacking, like building shit. I've never played it, so
it's a lot more fun to kill stuff.
Yeah, a lot more fun to burn someone knowing that what they've spent. Just watch them like, oh, no.
Well, that game plays on ego is so bad.
I think the thing is, though, is like, to Barry's point, the gameplay is stale, even as new stuff is coming out. It's like, I don't want just new stuff to buy or new stuff to spend money on.
Yeah.
I want events that are engaging, and part of that is, keeping the separation between the mega whales and the rest of the field sufficiently narrow. And I'm not saying, like, listen, I get people who are mega whales, they want to be able to take on, 10, 20 cities at once. Like, that's part of the adrenaline for them.
Yeah.
But when you can start taking on 30 or 40 cities at once, there's a problem. And so I think, like, that gap needs to be managed pretty delicately. But I think also on the stale thing, I mean, I just come back to mergers. Like, you got to give people something to get them excited, and just coming out with new content for me to buy is not going to keep me engaged. Like, there's got to be more than that.
I would like to see those mini games that are on here, but instead of having it for
it's not even about the Woody, you gotta like put it in perspective like this. Sorry to cut you off like that, but like it's great. It's great to play this game and play like little different events and all that stuff. The events is not really what gets people going. It's the community that really gets people wanting to play. Like to be able to talk to certain people from around the world, like playing with random people, gaining different friendships from all over. Like, that's great. You know what I mean? That's what gets people excited. Like, oh, where we got a new city here. I get to play with some new folk. You know what I mean? Like, I got new teammates. Like, even if they just decided, you know what, let's change the alliance requirement from 100 members to 150. You add 50 new members that you can sit and chat to in alliance chat. You make your alliance chat a little more lively. You know what I mean? It causes people to actually want to be engaged in playing the game and just logging in. You see the same people all the time. You know what I mean? It gets stale, bro. And imagine what that's like for 4 years. You're talking to the same people in a group chat. Like, bro, some people leave, some people quit. You know what I mean? Now you're sitting there, you're left with the same people, but now it's starting to switch up. You're starting to bring in some more quiet folk, and now the chat's just quiet. You know what I mean? The atmosphere where you could just chat with people for hours about the most nonsensical stuff, bro, is what got me engaged in the game. It's not so much just the gameplay.
I think I spend more time outside the game than I do in the game. Like the
yes, as a Discord.
Yeah,
as a Discord. Yes, and that's more to my point is even like if you go through like usually just go look at some of the Discords that used to like back in like when it was like the peak of this game, like when we used to go on Discord, you couldn't go 10 minutes without some of the main Discords blowing up non-stop, like with just constant conversation, you know what I mean, about the game, how to grow. I don't see that as much as I used to when I go scrolling through these Discords. Like it's not like that anymore, and that to me is like a sure sign like of, bro, it's getting to that point where it's stale. Like I see a lot of the younger nations talking the way we used to talk back in the day when it was like, oh, like our globe was in the newer era, you know what I mean? It's you're starting to see less and less of that towards the older globes, and that's because they're slowly just letting those nations die out. And it's not, you're not building that community to the older globes anymore. It's starting to become more the newer globes. They're catering to those newer nations, and it's no discredit to them because I know they have their challenges as well, where some of them haven't got their merges. Like I think Rotter's nation, I'm not sure which one it is, that
923
they haven't merged at all. And it's like, dude, it's like at some point you gotta like do some of these people justice. Like they're still playing, they're still actively trying, but like when you go to like the Elite Wars ranking and you see it, like, bro, I see maybe you can go through it, it's probably from globe 1 through 4 in the top 100. I think there's like 15 globe 1 through 4 nations still in the top rankings of Elite Wars. There's nothing to be scared of from these older nations getting a merge at this point. They're becoming dead.
Well, I mean, getting hit with 70, 80 people at a time, that's
Yeah, but when you have these older nations playing in Elite Wars, that's all they have now. And when they're starting to like not be competitive there, what is there left?
You got a point there, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, bro, they play the same people in Void all the time. They don't look forward to that anymore. Like, they don't look forward to none of that. I mean, it's boring, bro. As I say, and I'm starting to feel their same exact feelings right now in 385, which is wild.
Yeah, because you guys got a really good merge too.
We got a really good merge, yeah, but it's also been a year and a half, going on 2 years. You know what I mean? We're already going on 2 years without a merger.
Yeah, it seems like it's been forever for me too. I'm not gonna lie, it feels like it's been forever.
Yeah, but the whole thing when they came out with the 2 nation merges, which was what,
3 years ago?
Actually, 2.5 years ago, they came out with the 2 nation merges, and they came out and said we're going to do the 2 nation merges because we're going to start making them more frequent. Since the 2 nation merges,
they have not. I've had
this is the longest I've waited for a merger.
I remember those 3 nation mergers. They're hectic, but I mean,
I like them.
Yeah, you got a good merge and then you got a bad merge, you know, or
it's one of them. One of them's usually a bad nation. The other one's usually a good nation.
Yeah,
it's a hit, and sometimes you got to hit or miss. Like, you know what I mean? Where you get all three be trash, but or all three would be great. You never know. But that was the fun, and it was exciting. You never knew what you were gonna get.
Yeah, I think there was no picking who you merged with either. Like,
no, it's just you just go out there.
The first one,
you get what you get.
The first nation that ever I heard of that got to pick
was 621.
Yeah,
524.
524. Yeah, that when they did that, I mean, that was like what?
Yeah, it was diabolical. I was so thrown off by that. I was low-key envious of it. I was like, "Oh, that's diabolical."
I was like, "This is BS." Like, how?
Like, bro, diabolical. Like, there's no other word for it. I can't even fathom the words to say to that. I was just like, "Oh my god, no way! What? You could do that?" No, this whole time. And I'm over here I forget who I got my first. It was
I don't even remember who it was. Wasn't it the one AQ was in? Yeah, it was.
I've never been dealt with ever.
Yeah, it was one that already
went into that thing blind.
I think especially
if I could have got to choose that merge, my god.
Oh, I know.
I think especially if 2 nation mergers doesn't actually speed anything up.
Everybody doing triangle. Was that anybody have fun on that?
No. My wallet had fun. My wallet had fun. Dude, so we spent in our triangle, right? We spent a little bit because the odds looked like we could win it. You know, it looked fairly decent. And the charge, we should have won, but the other alliances charged to 70. It's like, come on, guys. Like, is triangle really that important where you're dropping 5 Gs to charge? Like, really? Yeah, this is the one right here from 286. Yeah, 826. 826. They took us.
Oh, wow. Audio dropped me. I was wondering what was happening.
Audio dropped? Was it me or was it you?
Yeah, I don't know. I was sitting there like, what? Where? No one?
So these guys, 826, good people, very strong. Jay Mitch is in there. We had them beat. Like, we had them fucking beat. And you can tell, like, there was no way that they could win this. And they fucking beat us. Like, I'm just like, what? No way. No way you had your 241s beat 641s that were not weak by all means with gold bubbles and, like, what the hell? I couldn't understand it, but I was like, you know what, guys, it is what it is. GG to 826, but yeah, I was kind of just like disappointed. And
nice.
But the problem is this is whatever they put in the Triangle War, they stopped putting it into their city. they could have put the money they put in the Triangle War into their city and been that much stronger.
Yeah, that's the toughest part about the game is understanding the concepts of the two.
Yeah,
being able to kind of manage both. You know what I mean? Not go too crazy.
Super whales can do it. I don't know how or why. I mean, dropping thousands upon thousands of dollars. But,
diabolical.
But then again, I mean, what our pocket change, what for our yearly earnings can be pocket change to them if we're being real, like.
Yeah, shout out to the people that do go hard in it and like can do it. You know what I mean? And also keep upgrading their cities along the way. Like shout out to them, but like ain't no way. I don't think I made a single attack during Triangle this go around.
I had in my Triangle War I had a vengeance. I think I'll call it vengeance against 886.
886.
Yeah, and this alliance, they wanted to talk a lot of smack. Like Barry, how you doing now? We're trying to explain the game. How things should be in the game. And you trying to help them out. And man, they just had a whole bunch. Woody said this and Woody said that. Blah blah blah. He doesn't know. That kind of shit. I'm just like, all right, dude. So I wiped them all out. The entire alliance myself. No items. Anything. They had gold bubbles, nothing. I just wiped them out. And then they're all like, well, that was kind of embarrassing. Well, you did it to yourself. Like, I wasn't even planning on doing it. Doing Triangle War. Like.
Yeah, there's certain Triangle Wars I don't even log, like certain rounds of the Triangle I won't even log in for. Like I think we had 555.
Yeah,
in Triangle, and I didn't even log in, dude. I was like, I'm good. Hard pass.
You can have this. You can have it.
We literally wrote in messages, don't even bother, just fucking
put one troop in there. Make them spend. I will admit, like when I go against like a locked nation, such as like 722, we'll put gold domes in there and just won't attack. Make them spend. Only because of locked nation, they're gonna spend fucking gold items on every single hit. Is it me? Am I having bad service or?
No, you're
I
fine.
hear you.
Okay.
You're not dropping off for me.
All right.
You're good, Woody.
All right. I don't know. I was thinking I was having bad service or anything.
That's probably me.
Damn it, Barry.
Woody, I want to drop back to merges real quick.
Yeah.
In the off chance that this gets heard by the powers that be. If we're not going to have faster merges from a 2-nation merge, 3-nation mergers are far superior to 2-nation mergers because there are some nations out there that are dead and or dying. And if those nations are your single merge partner, they just become an anchor around the neck of nations that are on the rise or nations that are strong. If you have 3-nation mergers, you can fold those dead or dying nations into a 3-nation merger. And listen, as long as you get a good second nation, you're not going to care that much about the third nation.
I agree.
And so, like, it was the only advantage to 2-nation mergers was, merging more frequently. But if that's not going to happen, like, please bring back 3-nation mergers, especially with the state of the game as it is in the older nations. I mean, I should caveat, I'm in a good situation in my nation, very happy here. But I am still friends with a lot of older nation players, and I see a lot of the problems that are happening in the game. And I think the way the game is, the state of the game in some of these older nations, there are nations that are a significant step behind peer nations. And if those nations are your single merge partner, it's not going to just kill their nation. It's going to kill the healthy nation that gets merged with them. Bring back 3-nation mergers. And the dead or dying nations, fold them in as the third nation, and then and use it to kind of even everything out. Also, as you have 3 nations mergers, you have more flexibility in kind of like getting rid of the bad nations from the map, and then also enhancing parity for the rest. Like, I think that's another issue that we've touched on tangentially, but mergers should be used to maintain parity and to keep the game lively and the community lively, to Barry's point earlier. So please bring back 3 nation mergers. It's like 2 nation mergers are bad. They kill good nations.
They do. Because you know what I've been seeing? I've been seeing literally 2 good nations being merged and then 2 shitty nations being merged together. Like, and then what do you got? You just got one shitty fucking nation.
Well, and then you end up with a couple nations, like a handful of nations that are so far ahead of the pack that, like parity and close battles, that's where people are invested and engaged, and they will spend more because they're engaged.
Yep.
And if there's no way to win, then you just, whatever, don't log in. Like, who gives a fuck?
So this, Barry will remember this nation, 747, which I have right here. They finally got their first merger, right? I want to say about 3 months ago, maybe 4. I don't know. It wasn't long ago. And this is all they got. Like, they got 141. That's in Hurricane. If you hear this, I apologize, but he's not even all that strong. And then Pajama, which is the old Rusty Nail city. Like, these guys will have a hard time throughout the entire gameplay trying to compete. They're literally, no matter what they do, unless they just every single one of them start fucking just going buck wild spending, they're never going to be able to compete. So, like, for instance, like what you're saying, like, for say, this would be the third nation that gets trickled in. You know what I mean? Like, in that way, they are allowed to compete still, because now they have a chance. And it would probably, honestly, get them to open their wallets, because now they have a chance, and they know they have a chance. I wouldn't mind.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't mind if there was a 3 Mason merger, as long as we got a decent first one. I wouldn't mind taking that on. You know what I mean? Yeah, there'll be headaches, yeah, but all mergers have headaches.
I'm not convinced that the number of headaches in a 3 nation merge is that much more significant than a 2 nation merge. Like, the headaches that come with mergers come no matter how many, 2 or 3 nations.
Right.
And so, yeah, you might have some additional like conversations to have to get 3 nations on the same page, but it's not so significant that, it weighs against moving back to 3 nation mergers.
Yeah. Like, for instance, if we got 767 and 747 as a merger, 3 nation merger, I think that would be decent. Because one's a winning nation, and these guys will have a chance to be able to compete again. I mean, I don't know how many people probably in this nation is probably just left because they can't compete. Yes, Blinky, it's a long stream, but it's not going to be too much longer.
Don't wish that evil upon us.
Oh, what? Come on, man! You think you think I can't fight? Come on, man!
No. I'm kidding. With 747 merged with 761, and when we fought 761 a long time ago, they were ruled by an iron fist of 237s, which was Hurricane and Hoon.
Yeah.
And they were just horrible players. Horrible players. I don't care if Hurricane hears it, and I don't care if Hoon does. I hit him every day in the mines. But yeah, they were just horrible players. I would never want to have them, if for any reason, to be a merge.
Well, and that's the thing. That would be something, as much as you're saying you would never want it, that would be something that Chem would probably do if it was a 3 nation merger.
Yeah.
Because it could get.
My question is, would you if say you were getting those 2 players, would you rather have them in a 2 nation merge or a 3 nation merge?
Yeah, you'd want to have them in a 3 so you can at least have another nation helping you kind of corral them and keep them in line.
Also, you got to realize like we don't know how many of these players in this nation, probably all of them, that might not even know how to play the game. For say you do pick up Hurricane, Pajama, so on and so forth, right? And they come into your alliance and they start learning. Like they might not know. They might not know there's a freaking Discord or Viber or anything even here in the game. And all of a sudden they get it and they're like, "Oh my god, I've been playing this the whole entire wrong way," and they become a
Then they
fucking whale.
become lethal.
Yeah, and then they become lethal. Like for instance, in my nation, this guy Playtime. This is right here. This is actually Groot's old city. Got it as a 37, right? This fucking guy has freaking mushroomed up so freaking fast. Like he's already at 15.8 and he was at like 12 or 11. Yes.
Aquí una mierda, no sé cómo apagarla.
I don't know if that's him. Alex, how you doing? Anyone that speaks Spanish understand what he just said?
Verga.
Yeah, I do. What's up? What do you need?
I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said.
No, he called you ugly.
He called me ugly? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm kidding. I have no idea what the fuck you
I was about to mute him. I was like, oh, okay, I can fix this. No, but for instance, I asked this guy, Playtime, where did you come from? All right. He told me he came from this alliance over here. Hold on. The Rock Alliance over here, right? And he played in this alliance for years as a 34. Right? And then all of a sudden that city was given to him in or exchanged, we should say. And he's fucking gone ham. Just ham. Like he's strong. Like he asks precise questions about builds and he does it.
Yeah, we had a guy that had a 26 or 27 he was spending money on. And then he talked to Mila about, getting a city and coming to SSS. And now he's a 38. He's got mid-range like 1600 melee HPs, 14, 15. Like, and he grew that in the last 6 to 8 months from about 900 mid-range. So he's been pushing.
Yeah, that's a push and a
Basically what
half.
I did.
And he's learned, and now he's one of our better fighters. He's there all the time, and it's because he asked all the questions. And again, he came from a 27 or a 28, and now he's a 38, and he's just out there rocking it.
Yeah, I think a lot of problems is some of the questions that people ask, they're not taken in. Like they'll ask, "Oh, what should I put on this officer?" And then you show them, a screenshot of yours, and you try to focus on this, and they just don't do it. Like they're just like, "Okay, well, thanks," and they just don't do it. So I think that's one of the issues. I don't know if they don't understand it or they're just asking that question just to see themselves talking in chat. But like, the questions that are asked about builds is like, you never know. Okay, I'll just say this: you never know who is in your other alliances. Like top three. We already know who's in those farm alliances. They're straight farms, but you never know who's in one of these. And like, I visited Rock for like a week, right? And that guy came over to our alliance, and he fucking just going crazy. So.
Well, that's what I did. I built up a 35 and then got an opportunity and got into a 39 and keep moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah, until next month.
Right?
Until next month. Yeah, I'm done with the next thing that comes. Like, I'm at the point where I'm just gonna work on this new officer and do uranium and get ready for 44 to drop. Like, I'm done. Until tomorrow. No, but no, seriously.
What's on sale?
Yeah, dude, I've already. What is on sale? I gotta stay out of this thing. I gotta get out of it. Do we have any more questions in here? Because we're like literally 4 hours in.
I missed most of the beginning. I just want to say it's fun out there in Chaosland.
That was fun. That was fun. Sorry, I remember seeing you too. Polar Bear tried me. You know that, right? He did try me.
Oh yeah, I was with him.
It didn't go the way he planned it, but he tried.
I did have a quick question / observation.
Yeah.
So our head of state is all 600, 700 nations except for one 900 nation.
Okay.
And our Chaos Land opponents were the same opponents as the hosts. Did anyone else? I mean, there's a couple other people said they had the same, and then a couple other people said they were totally different.
No, I had the exact same.
I had the exact same too.
Yeah, same here.
We had the same.
I was
The
just
people
wondering
we
if
were
it was
facing
like,
for Void was in Chaos Land.
Yeah,
same.
every one of these, but that Lock Nation was in it.
Yep.
I didn't see a single city from 575.
Gotcha.
I
was
didn't
just
pay
wondering if
attention.
that was some kind of like merge indication, or let's throw these guys together. I don't know what it was.
I'm gonna say no, but the way Camel's been going with how they're gonna merge or if they're gonna merge ever again, I don't know, dude. Like it seems like they are straight up picking pieces of paper out of a hat now.
Right.
Like that's it. I don't know if this was smart to put all these nations in the same Chaos Land, because now you just gave your element of surprise of what each and every single one of their whales or their players have, to where there might be a nation just says fuck it, I'm bubbling up. We're not even gonna play.
Yeah, that's exactly what. So we went into Chaos Land with a bunch of those guys, especially our Void opponent. We're like, well, now we get to try these guys out, and we literally just took them apart. So we're not even concerned about Void. They'll probably just bubble the whole time.
And it's one of those boring ass freaking.
Yep.
All right, guys, you find anything? No. Okay, well, message on Viber when you find something.
Yeah.
you guys, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. You'll be setting timers. Okay, let's a 2-hour timer, an 8-hour timer, waiting for bubble drops.
And then you look at the score. All right, who got hit? Someone got hit.
Who's leaking?
Yeah. Who got hit?
I don't really have a sense of like how events cost, in terms of server load and that sort of thing, but Chaos Land is fun for everyone. I don't understand why it's not more frequent. Like, I understand that it's been replaced with Iron Blood to a large extent, but like the reaction seems universally positive to the event, and I don't understand why we don't have it more frequently. Like, we already have so many events. If you added Chaos Land to the monthly events on top of Iron Blood, like, I don't think it would move the
replace Iron Blood with Chaos Land.
Well, I don't. For a lot of reasons, I don't think they'll do that. But like, why not just add it in? Get it in the rotation more often. Everyone loved it. Seems like everyone really enjoyed it.
Replace it.
It's a hell of a time.
Replace it with Polar.
Yeah, for sure. Replace it with Polar and maybe give a little bit of packs to buy for the badges and stuff like that, because there's nothing to buy for Chaos Land. But yeah, Polar is just trash in my opinion.
So the whole Iron Blood / Polar, like Bidbird was saying, you're gonna always see it. It's not gonna replay. It's not gonna leave, because they make too much money off of them. Where these smaller cities can get T13s and be able to compete against other 41s, and those smaller cities will drop a hefty penny because they're able to do that. Like, you get a 41 that hits 20, 30 people and can still win in regular Chaosland. Well, you get 20, 30 people in Ironblood or in Polar, that 41 can't do that no more. He might not even be able to do it one. So I don't think they're gonna. I don't like Ironblood. I don't. I think that is the biggest waste right there.
Yeah, it's a whale event. I don't play.
Yeah, it's a whale event. It's always right before Void. So probably tomorrow. No, I'm joking.
Probably.
I think the point I'm trying to make is, like, if you're gonna give us all these events where you limit the number of troops people can bring in, and you have to kind of pay to play, like, why not just add Chaosland in on top of all that? Like, the people that don't play Ironblood still aren't going to play Ironblood, but a lot of people are going to play Chaoslands, and it's another revenue source that doesn't exist, and maybe that's working against the player base, but I think the response is so positive from everyone that just work it in more. Like, Chaoslands is a ton of fun.
It is.
I agree.
And it's got the equalizer factor in Chaoslands is that when you get tickets, everybody can speed. So everyone can feel like a hero and be moving around the map as quickly as the top players. And it creates opportunities for team hits that don't exist in other events.
I agree.
I guess I'm just saying it's a unique event, and it used to happen every month, and I don't see why it couldn't happen every month again. The event is already coded in. I don't think that the big cost in developing the event has already been spent.
So you know what I heard about Chaosland years ago, right? I heard, and the reason why they stopped doing it is that people were selling wins in Chaosland.
Yeah, I mean, bro, if you're selling Chaosland wins, like,
but you
fuck
could,
off.
I know.
You could do that in Ironblood too, though.
You're absolutely right, 100%.
You could do that in any event,
but
actually.
That's what I heard. Like, people would go in there with like 20 million troops and totally all the freaking officers, take them all off, all the equipment off, and sell all the 20 million troops.
Yeah, you can do that in any event except for Void, I would say. I mean, you can technically, in theory, do it in Void, but you're gonna lose everything.
Yeah,
but you could realistically turn off all your officers with a whole alliance and defend a city, and let them just chomp away at everything.
I watched the number one individual rank in GC get given away 2 GCs ago. I'm not going to mention names, but it was Locked Nations, and I watched it. Like, it's crazy. So I guess the point is it happens in all these events. It already is happening. So that's not a reason to cut Chaoslands out.
I agree. It's going to happen whether you cut this out, move this around, so on and so forth. It's still going to happen. Like, yeah, it's just going to happen no matter what. Shockwave says he has a question, so I'm waiting for him to post it. Come on, Shockwave. Wonder if it's going to be a book. So anyone think that the new skin is actually worth it for
what skin?
The for head of state skin. Wait. Okay, Shockwave. Hold on, I hate to cut you off. He says, I was told that GC was fixed, that the outcome is already decided before it starts. And in so many ways I've seen it. Oh my god, okay, so that is not true. That is not 100% true. There are some globes. That are loaded with a lot of locked nations out there, such as my globe. And is there a group that we try to work together to knock the Lock Nations out. Yes, there are groups like that, but there is never a deciding factor of who's going to win the overall GC. There's well, I mean, he's in the 800s. So I don't know, maybe, but just remember, things come back to you. Like you burn one nation, else, and they get merged. They might not burn you. They might burn you back.
We fought our ass off last GC. Alaskan, he's here. He knows. We fought tooth and nail all 3 rounds to win that. There was no backdoor deals there.
Yeah, that was a fight.
Yeah. And the GC before that, we lost to 904 by like 2,400 points. It was like we fought tooth and nail for that one too. There was no backdoor deals there either. We screwed up.
So I think he's saying because in our globe, the 700s globe, there was talk about like the 722 taking the win, about everything, and like they'll straight post it in the global chat that they're gonna win it. That's the deal. So at that point, we all worked together to make sure they didn't make finals, and it happened. So when it comes to finals, now you have, what was it, 4 or 5 or whatever. In the finals, we're all, unlocked. So at that point, literally, it's like everyone for themselves. Like we are, as 736, we already knew we're just not strong enough. We don't have a second merger to compete. So we're just there. We're just there chilling.
Well, that's kind of what happened with us, is because we were last season's winners, and so everybody was gunning for us.
Well, yeah, you already had a target on your back.
Oh yeah.
But like, I guarantee you there will never be you're gonna take first, and we're gonna make sure you take first. If all four unlocked nations make it to finals, it's gonna be a fight. Everyone made it to finals, they're gonna want their own. But if one locked nation makes it in the finals, there most likely will be some kind of agreement to where that locked nation does not win.
And on the flip side, if you have finals against 3 lock nations, that's probably the only time that I saw that there was a deal among 3 of the 4 nations in finals.
You guys overcame them. I still can't get over that. Like, you realize there's people that quit the lock nations over that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I that was a ridiculous finals.
But you still pulled a win.
We did. Yeah. I mean, they screwed up also. I think that's what I would say.
They got overconfident, thinking that you guys were just not going to show. So they started fighting each other.
I think that's part of it. I think their round management was poor as well.
Well, I heard that there are actually civil wars going on over it still. Still. Like,
after all the shit that was talked leading up to that finals, I don't feel that guilty about that. But yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a lot of shit talk. Not only in Discord, but also in the GC chat.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it comes down to everyone versus Lock Nations. Nobody wants to see Lock Nations win.
If any of you guys are thinking that the Lock Nations are not working together, against us, I'll let you know now. They are.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, it's the same thing that we have going against them.
Yep.
Like, they're not fighting each other unless that's all they have is each other. But yeah, it's the same thing. There will be a few of the Lock Nations that won't agree to it, and they'll just literally go their separate ways, and they will fight. Legit, but there's far from in between.
And like, no hate towards them for doing it. they're playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I used to get really frustrated with the lock nations just based on my experience in 459 with, you know, the original lock super nation 457.
Yeah.
But you know, they're at the end of the day, most of those guys are players just like us, and it's not like they were. I don't know. My views have changed on that a little bit. So, like I said, no hate towards them for trying to team up against us. I get it, but I don't think they should hate on us for doing the same thing back to them.
Oh, I agree. I agree 100% on that. 100%. I mean, they're players, they're humans just like us. They go to work, they come back home, take care of their family. So, being that they can't talk to us or be in the same server, it's not their fault. It's the government, not them. I think that's what people need to realize. It's not them. It's the government.
Yeah, we saw when that officer was released, she got shorts for the Chinese.
I seen that. They gave her shorts, and they gave us a bikini, or whatever you want to call it, one piece.
Thong. I don't know what that thing is.
Yeah, well, this thing right here. They gave her a one piece, or a G-string. I don't know what the fuck that is. Ask a woman. A woman here will know. What is that? What are they wearing? And how do you get it off? You got to start from the front? Because
the answer is with your teeth, Woody. Always with your teeth.
I don't know, man, because I think it looks like a chastity belt, like tied to the tits. Like I think if you undo the front, it all just falls off or something. Because
hold your mouse down on her and you can spin her around.
Yeah, she's. I don't know. I don't know, but I will admit, Camel does make really good body types. That they have the jiggle in a perfect time in a perfect place. They got that down. I don't like this big robot though.
No, he's got to go.
Yeah, he's got to go. At least shrink.
Or she's got to go. Is that a female robot? Looks like it's got boobs.
No, is it though?
I don't know.
That's his eyes.
You don't like an audience, Woody?
I don't like an audience.
When you're getting down, you don't want the robot looking at you guys from the corner.
That's like a cat watching you fuck, or a dog. Like you're like, dude, stop watching me. I don't know. We have anything else to talk about, or we've covered pretty much everything, guys?
It's midnight here. I gotta roll anyways.
Yeah.
You guys have a great